This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get a chill when I think about what happened that morning in 2015. 7 years later, and I still question myself, still wake up sometimes thinking I'll find Cookie somewhere in my apartment. But I know I won't. It was early September, and I'd finally saved up enough to replace the nasty carpet in my apartment. The previous tenants had a dog that apparently wasn't housebroken, and despite the landlord's claims that they'd professionally cleaned it, there was still a lingering smell that drove me crazy. The carpet installers were scheduled to arrive at 10 a.m., and I needed to get my 3 cats out of the apartment for the day. My sister Angela had agreed to let me bring the cats to her place. She lived about 20 minutes away in a small house with a spare bedroom where the cats could hang out without bothering her too much. I was grateful because pet-friendly hotels were expensive, and I couldn't afford that on top of the carpet cost. The night before, I'd pulled out my 2 carriers from the closet. I had a large one that could fit 2 cats and a smaller one for just 1. Cookie, my gray tabby, had been acting weird for the past couple days, hiding under the bed more than usual and not eating much. I figured I'd put her in the smaller carrier by herself so she wouldn't get stressed out by the other 2. Cupcake and Mischief were both in good health. Cupcake was this gorgeous Siamese with crystal blue eyes that people always commented on. Mischief was a big orange tabby who lived up to his name, always knocking things off shelves and getting into cabinets. They would go in the larger carrier together. My daughter Lily and I woke up early that morning. She was 10 at the time and had school, and I needed to get the cats situated before the carpet people arrived. I remember feeling anxious about the whole day. I have undiagnosed OCD, well, diagnosed now, but not back then. I was obsessing over every detail, making mental checklists, worrying about whether the carpet installers would show up on time, whether my sister would be annoyed by the cats. You know how it goes. Lily helped me get the cats into their carriers. Cupcake and Mischief went into the big one first, complaining the whole time. Then we found Cookie under my bed. She didn't even put up a fight when Lily picked her up, which was unusual. Normally she'd squirm and try to get away. "Poor Cookie doesn't feel good, does she?" Lily said, petting Cookie's head through the carrier opening before I zipped it closed. Here's where my OCD tendencies came in handy. My cats had figured out how to unzip their carriers before. Mischief was especially clever with his paws, so I always secured the zippers with pipe cleaners, twisting them in a specific way. For Cookie's carrier, I used 2 bright blue ones, twisting them 3 times each and folding the ends in a particular pattern I always used. I remember this so clearly because I checked them twice, tugging on them to make sure they were secure. It was around 7:30 a.m. when we took the carriers out to my Honda Civic. I put the larger carrier with Cupcake and Mischief on the back seat. I placed Cookie's smaller carrier directly behind the driver's seat on the floor. I specifically remember setting it down and adjusting it so it wouldn't slide around while I was driving. I even leaned down and said, "Just a little bit longer, Cookie, then we'll be at Aunt Angela's." I locked the car, again something I was always careful about, and Lily and I walked to the bus stop about a block away. It was a nice morning, not too hot yet. We chatted about her science project while we waited for the bus. After Lily got on the bus, I walked back to our apartment to grab my purse and coffee mug. I also needed to use the bathroom before the drive to my sister's. I didn't dawdle, maybe spent 10 minutes tops in the apartment. I remember checking the time on the microwave as I walked out, 7:52 a.m. When I got back to my car, I immediately unlocked it with my key fob. Everything looked exactly the same. The larger carrier was still on the back seat, and I could hear Mischief meowing. I opened the driver's door, put my purse on the passenger seat, and then reached back to check on Cookie's carrier. It was in the exact same position I'd left it. The blue pipe cleaners were still twisted exactly as I had secured them, but when I peered inside, empty. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. I bent down, looked again. The carrier was completely empty, no Cookie. My first thought was that I was losing my mind. Had I not actually put Cookie in the carrier? But no, I clearly remembered Lily holding her, petting her through the opening. We had talked to Cookie, commented on how she wasn't feeling well. I opened the car door wider and got on my hands and knees to check under the seats. Nothing. I checked the back seat, under the larger carrier. Nothing. I even opened the trunk, thinking somehow Cookie had escaped and found her way there. Nothing. I went back to Cookie's carrier and examined it closely. The pipe cleaners were secured exactly how I had left them, twisted 3 times with the ends folded in my specific pattern. There was no way Cookie could have escaped without disturbing them. And even if she somehow had, where was she? Not in the car. I ran back to my apartment, thinking maybe I had hallucinated putting Cookie in the carrier. Maybe she was still under the bed. I searched everywhere, under the bed, in all the closets, behind the couch, in every cabinet. No Cookie. My hands were shaking as I called my sister. "Ang, this is going to sound crazy, but I can't find Cookie." "Did she escape from the carrier?" she asked. "That's the thing. The carrier is still completely sealed. The pipe cleaners are exactly how I twisted them. She's just gone. Maybe you forgot to put her in, or put her in a different carrier." "No, Lily and I both put her in. Lily even petted her before I zipped it up. And I only have 2 carriers, and the other one has Cupcake and Mischief." I went back to my car, feeling increasingly panicked. I checked every inch of that vehicle. I removed the larger carrier and checked under and around it again. I looked under the seats, in the glove compartment, even checked to see if there was any way she could have gotten into the area beneath the dashboard. Nothing. What made it even more bizarre was that my car had been locked the entire time. The alarm was set. If any door had been opened, it would have gone off. The windows were all completely closed and intact. There was literally no way anyone could have gotten into my car. And why would someone break into my car just to steal a sick gray tabby cat, but leave behind a purebred Siamese that was worth actual money? And how would they have done it without disturbing the pipe cleaners on the carrier? I was starting to feel like I was in the twilight zone. I called my daughter's school and asked them to have her call me. When she did, I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm, "Lily, do you remember putting Cookie in the small carrier this morning?" "Yeah, Mom. She was really quiet because she doesn't feel good." "And you're sure she was in there when we put the carrier in the car?" "Mom, I petted her through the hole before you zipped it up. What's wrong? Is Cookie okay?" I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. "Everything's fine, honey, just double-checking." I ended up canceling the carpet installation. I spent the entire day searching for Cookie, putting up flyers around the neighborhood, checking under every car in the parking lot, calling her name until my voice was hoarse. I even checked the apartment building's security cameras, but they didn't cover the parking area where my car was. That night, I sat Lily down and told her that somehow Cookie had gotten out and was missing. She cried, of course, and insisted we keep looking. We did, for weeks, but Cookie never turned up. I've gone over that morning 1,000 times in my head. There is no logical explanation for what happened. The carrier was sealed. The car was locked. Even if Cookie had somehow managed to escape the carrier without disturbing the pipe cleaners, which is physically impossible, she would have still been trapped in the locked car. It's like she just ceased to exist, vanished into thin air. I've read about quantum physics and parallel dimensions since then, wondering if somehow, in some bizarre twist of reality, Cookie slipped through to another place. It sounds insane, I know, but what happened that day was insane. The strangest part? About 3 months after Cookie disappeared, Lily woke me up in the middle of the night. "Mom, I heard Cookie meowing," she said, her eyes wide. I got up, and we searched the apartment. Nothing. But for a moment, I thought I caught a whiff of that distinctive cat smell Cookie had when she was sick. The carpet installers came back eventually and did their job. Life went on. Cupcake and Mischief are still with us, both getting older now. But sometimes I still find myself looking under the bed just in case. Cookie's disappearance wasn't a case of someone leaving a door open or a cat running away. It wasn't a case of theft or mistaken identity. It was something that defied all physical laws and logical explanation. She was there, secured in a sealed carrier in a locked car, and then she simply wasn't. I've never been able to explain it, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. It's been 7 years, and I still find myself checking Cookie's old hiding spots sometimes, hoping for an explanation that will never come. Sometimes reality just breaks, and you're left with a mystery that haunts you forever. I still can't explain what happened that day at my house last summer. My best friend Jesse and I have gone over it 1,000 times in our heads, and we've never found any logical explanation. I'm writing this down partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, but also because I need to get it out of my system. It's been nearly a year, and I still find myself looking under my trampoline whenever I go into the backyard. It started during our town's annual Heritage Days festival. Our little town is pretty proud of its history. It was founded back in the 1840s by settlers moving west. Every year they open up the historical buildings and cabins at the local heritage park, with volunteers dressed in period clothing demonstrating old-time crafts and selling homemade jams and quilts. It's usually pretty boring for teenagers, but Jessie and I decided to go because we were bored and her crush, Mike, was volunteering at one of the booths. We wandered around for a while, sampling kettle corn and watching a blacksmith demonstration. The whole place was packed with families and tourists. Eventually, we made our way to this small cabin tucked away at the edge of the park. It was roped off with a sign saying it dated back to 1867, but there wasn't any volunteer stationed there to keep an eye on it. The door was propped open so you could peer inside, but you couldn't enter. While Jessie was checking her phone to see if Mike had texted her back, he hadn't. I ducked under the rope. I know, stupid decision. But there was no one around, and I just wanted to peek inside a little further. The cabin was tiny, just one room with a small fireplace, a wooden table, and a bed frame with no mattress. The floorboards creaked under my feet. The air inside smelled musty and old. "Sarah, come on, get out of there," Jessie hissed from behind the rope. "Hold on, just a sec," I replied, scanning the floor. Something caught my eye. 2 small objects in the dust near the hearth. I quickly scooped them up and hurried back out before anyone noticed. Once we were a safe distance away, I opened my hand to show Jessie what I'd found. A small metal shoe buckle, tarnished silver with an intricate pattern, and a white bone button about the size of a quarter. They were clearly antiques. "You stole those?" Jessie whispered, glancing around nervously. "I didn't steal them. They were just lying on the floor gathering dust. No one will miss them, I said, though I felt a twinge of guilt. Besides, they're cool souvenirs. We didn't think much more about it and spent the rest of the afternoon at the festival before heading back to my house. My parents were away for the weekend, visiting my aunt in Cincinnati, so we had the place to ourselves. It was a hot August day, so we changed into shorts and decided to hang out on the trampoline in my backyard. We'd been jumping around for about an hour when I remembered the objects in my pocket. I pulled them out to show Jessie again in the sunlight. "Check out the detail on this buckle," I said, running my finger over the pattern. "It must be pretty old." "What do you think it's made of?" Jessie asked, taking it from me and examining it. "Silver, maybe? Or some kind of pewter? It's heavy for its size." That's when we came up with the game. It was stupid, really. We decided to toss the buckle up in the air while we jumped, and whoever it was coming down toward had to dodge it. Looking back, it was a recipe for disaster. We could have hurt ourselves, but we were 16 and not exactly thinking about safety. We played for about 20 minutes, and everything was normal. The buckle would go up, come down, and one of us would jump out of the way. A few times it bounced off the trampoline and fell through the springs onto the ground. Each time, one of us would climb down, grab it from where it fell, and climb back up. Nothing unusual. Until the 5th time. I remember it clearly. Jessie had just tossed the buckle high in the air. I jumped to avoid it, and it hit the edge of the trampoline at an angle. We both watched as it bounced, slid across the black mat, and fell between 2 springs on the far side. I heard it hit the ground underneath. "I'll get it," I said, climbing off the trampoline. I walked around to where we'd seen it fall. The space under my trampoline was clear, just short grass and dirt, nothing that could hide a metal buckle, but it wasn't there. "Did you see exactly where it fell?" I called to Jessie, who was still on the trampoline. "Yeah, right there." She pointed to the spot where I was already looking, between those 2 springs with the red safety padding. I got down on my hands and knees, thinking maybe it had bounced further than we thought. I searched in a wider radius, crawling under the trampoline completely. "I don't see it anywhere," I said, confused. Jessie climbed down to help me look. We searched the entire area, under the trampoline, around it, even in the grass up to 50 feet away in the direction it had fallen. Nothing. "This doesn't make sense," I said after about an hour of searching. "We both saw where it fell. It can't just have disappeared." "Maybe it fell into a hole in the ground?" Jessie suggested, though we both knew that was ridiculous. The yard was flat, with no holes or burrows anywhere nearby. "Let me go get a flashlight," I said, running into the house. When I came back, we conducted an even more thorough search. Still nothing. The next day, Jessie even came back with her dad's metal detector. We swept the entire yard. Not a single beep. The buckle was gone, completely gone. That alone would have been weird enough, but what happened next is what really freaks me out to this day. After we'd given up on finding the buckle, we were sitting on the trampoline, cooling off and drinking some lemonade I'd made. "We still have the button," Jessie said, pointing to where I'd set it on the edge of the trampoline. I picked it up, turning the smooth bone button in my fingers. "Should we try the game again with this?" Looking back, I don't know why we did that. If something weird had just happened with the buckle, why would we risk the button too? But we weren't thinking clearly. We were curious, maybe even testing to see if what had happened with the buckle was just some strange fluke. So we started tossing the button in the air, playing the same dodging game. This time, though, it only took 1 throw. Jessie tossed it up. I dodged. The button landed on the trampoline, bounced once, and rolled toward the edge. We both watched as it fell through the exact same gap between the springs where the buckle had disappeared. I immediately jumped off and looked under the trampoline, Jessie right behind me. Nothing. The button was gone too. We stared at each other, our faces pale. This wasn't some coincidence anymore. This wasn't just losing track of where something fell. "Sarah," Jessie whispered, "what's happening?" "I don't know," I replied, my voice shaking. But both things came from that cabin. We sat in my backyard for hours that evening, trying to come up with any logical explanation. Could there be some kind of hole or tunnel under the trampoline we couldn't see? But we checked thoroughly. The ground was solid. Could a bird or animal have taken them? But it happened instantly, and we were right there watching. Could they have bounced away with so much force that they landed somewhere we didn't think to look? But the metal detector should have found the buckle. Eventually, Jessie had to go home. I promised to text her if I found either object. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about those two items, taken from their home in that old cabin, somehow disappearing in the exact same spot. It felt intentional. It felt supernatural. A week passed, and I'd almost convinced myself that there must be some rational explanation we were missing. Maybe the objects had fallen into my pocket without me noticing. Maybe they'd bounced into a neighbor's yard. I told myself I was being ridiculous, thinking there was anything paranormal going on. Then, last Saturday, I was putting away laundry in my closet. I have this wicker basket where I keep socks that need matching. As I was tossing in a lone sock, something white caught my eye at the bottom of the basket, the button. I froze, staring at it. There was no mistaking it, the same bone-white button with 4 holes that we'd taken from the cabin that had disappeared under the trampoline a week earlier. I hadn't searched my room for it. I hadn't moved the basket. There was absolutely no logical way that button could have ended up there. With shaking hands, I picked it up. It felt exactly the same. Smooth, cool to the touch, surprisingly heavy for its size. This wasn't a similar button. This was the button. I immediately called Jessie and told her what happened. She came over right away, and we searched the entire house for the buckle, thinking maybe it had reappeared somewhere too, but we never found it. Just the button. We talked about taking the button back to the cabin, returning it to where we found it. But when we went back to the Heritage Park the next day, the festival was over, and the historical buildings were closed and locked up until next year. I still have the button, kept in a small box on my desk. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, wondering, why did both objects disappear in the same way? Why did only one come back? Where did it go during that week? And where is the buckle now? Part of me thinks these old objects somehow wanted to return to where they belonged, like they were connected to that cabin, to that time, and taking them was wrong, like they could somehow, I don't know, phase between places, between times. It sounds crazy when I write it out. I've researched disappearing objects online, and there are all these theories about interdimensional shifts and temporal anomalies, but nothing that really explains what we experienced. Sometimes I wonder if the buckle will suddenly reappear, months or years from now, in some unexpected place in my house. Jessie and I don't play on the trampoline anymore. We avoid that spot in the yard where the objects disappeared, and I've never taken anything from a historical site again. Some things, I guess, are meant to stay where they belong. Some things don't want to be taken. The weirdest part? Sometimes, late at night, I could swear I hear a faint metallic sound coming from my closet, like something small and metal gently hitting the floor. But whenever I check, there's nothing there. just the button sitting in its box, a silent reminder that there are things in this world I will never understand. I still can't believe what happened to me 5 years ago. I've tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but I can't. Every detail is burned into my memory like it happened yesterday. I've been lurking on this forum for months, reading other people's experiences, and finally decided to share mine. Maybe someone here has an explanation, because I sure as hell don't. I was 17 at the time, in that phase where anything paranormal was fascinating. My friend Sarah and I were amateur ghost hunters. Nothing serious, just two teenagers with way too much free time and a couple of digital cameras. We'd explore abandoned buildings, cemeteries, any place with even a hint of a ghost story. We never actually found anything until that day. Our town was hosting this Heritage Days festival, where they'd restored a bunch of historical buildings from the 1860s that were normally closed to the public. The main attraction was this old settler's cabin that had been completely preserved, furniture, decorations, everything. The brochure mentioned some vague history about the original family disappearing under mysterious circumstances, which was exactly the kind of thing that got our attention. The cabin was this 2-story wooden structure with dark, weathered logs on the outside. It wasn't particularly big, but it was definitely the most interesting building at the festival. We spent most of the afternoon checking out the other attractions, waiting impatiently for the crowd around the cabin to thin out. I remember it was getting late, maybe 5 or 6 p.m., when the festival was winding down and families with kids were heading home. Sarah nudged me and said, "Now's our chance." The cabin was almost empty, with just a couple of older people on the first floor. We walked in casually, trying not to look too excited. The first floor was set up like a typical pioneer home, a main living area with a stone fireplace, some rough-hewn furniture, and a small kitchen space. It was cool, but we were more interested in the second floor. Everyone knows the creepy stuff always happens upstairs. We waited until the older couple left, then checked to make sure no staff members were watching. The wooden staircase creaked under our feet as we made our way up. The second floor was small, with low ceilings that made me have to duck my head in places. There was a tiny bedroom right at the top of the stairs, a child's room with a small bed, some handmade toys, and a rocking chair in the corner. The windows were these tiny, wavy glass things that distorted the evening light coming in, casting weird shadows across the floor. "I'm going to set up in here," Sarah whispered, pulling out her digital camera. "You check out the rest." She was always more methodical than me, carefully setting up shots and recording EVP sessions. I was more of a wanderer, moving from room to room, filming whatever caught my eye. I nodded and moved down the short hallway. The master bedroom was at the end, just a larger bed with a quilt, a chest at the foot, and some clothes hanging on pegs on the wall. The wood floor creaked with every step, and the air smelled musty, like old books and dust. I had my camera on, narrating in a hushed voice as I went. "I'm now in the master bedroom of the cabin," I whispered into the camera. "Built in 1862 according to the plaque downstairs. The original family vanished in 1867, and no one knows what happened to them." I scanned the room slowly with my camera, taking in every detail. The handmade quilt with its faded pattern, a Bible on a small table, a pair of worn boots in the corner. Nothing unusual, but the weight of history made it feel significant somehow. To the left of the main bedroom was a small door that I assumed was a closet or storage area. "Gonna check out this closet now," I mumbled to the camera. The door creaked as I pushed it open. It was tiny, barely big enough for me to stand in, with some dresses and coats hanging from a rod. I filmed the small space, commenting on the clothes and wondering aloud if they were originals or reproductions. After a minute or two, I backed out of the closet and turned around, and that's when I saw her. A girl was standing right behind me. I hadn't heard anyone come up the stairs or enter the room. I was so startled I almost dropped my camera. My first thought was that it was a staff member who was going to tell me I wasn't supposed to be filming, or that the building was closing. She was just standing there, looking at me expectantly, like she was waiting for me to say something. I felt embarrassed being caught talking to myself and filming a closet, so I lowered my camera and hit stop. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Nothing," I mumbled, feeling my face get hot. "Just looking around." I don't remember exactly what else she said, something about the building closing soon. I nodded and quickly moved past her, heading back toward the stairs. I figured I'd go wait outside for Sarah. I remember thinking it was weird that someone had snuck up on me so easily, but I was mostly just embarrassed about being caught in full ghost hunter mode. I waited outside for what felt like forever. The festival was basically over by this point. Vendors were packing up. The few remaining visitors were heading to their cars. I checked my phone, saw it was almost 7 p.m., and wondered what was taking Sarah so long. After about 10 minutes, she finally came out of the cabin. "Where'd you go?" she asked, looking annoyed. "I was calling for you." "I went outside after that staff person told us they were closing," I said. Sarah gave me a confused look. "What staff person? I didn't see anyone." "That girl upstairs, the one who came into the bedroom while I was filming." "What are you talking about? I was the only one who came into the bedroom, and you completely ignored me." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean you came into the bedroom? That wasn't you." "Yes, it was. I asked what you were doing, and you just said nothing and walked right past me without even looking at me. It was rude." I stared at her, trying to process what she was saying. "Sarah, the person I saw wasn't you, not even close." "What do you mean, not even close? Who else would it be?" I described the girl I'd seen in detail. She was taller than Sarah by at least 4 or 5 inches. Sarah's barely 5'2", and this girl was maybe 5'7". Sarah has blonde hair cut in a bob. This girl had long, dark brown hair past her shoulders. Sarah's eyes are bright blue. This girl's were dark, almost black. Sarah has a round face with freckles. This girl had a longer, more angular face with pale skin. Even her voice was different. Deeper, more mature than Sarah's higher-pitched tone. And most obviously, Sarah was wearing a white t-shirt and jean shorts that day. The girl I saw was wearing a dark blue top. There's no way I could have confused them, even for a second. As I described all this, Sarah's face went pale. "That's impossible," she said. "I came upstairs looking for you. I saw you in the bedroom from behind filming something in the closet. I asked what you were doing. You said nothing, and then walked past me without making eye contact. I thought you were mad at me for some reason." "I thought I was talking to a staff member," I said. I was embarrassed about being caught ghost hunting. We stood there in silence for a minute, both trying to make sense of what happened. Then Sarah grabbed my arm. "Check your video," she said. "You were filming, right? You must have caught her on camera." I pulled out my camera and opened the playback screen. My hands were shaking as I scrolled through to the last clip. The final footage showed me entering the master bedroom, walking around, opening the closet door, stepping inside, panning around the small space. And then it ended. Just like I remembered, I'd stopped recording right before turning around and seeing the girl. We watched it 3 times, looking for anything unusual, any clue about what had happened, but there was nothing. The video ended exactly where I remembered stopping it. Maybe it was someone dressed up for the festival, Sarah suggested, but her voice was uncertain. Like in period costume or something? I shook my head. She was wearing modern clothes, and she looked normal, not like a ghost or anything weird. Just a regular person who happened to look nothing like you. We tried to come up with logical explanations on the drive home. Maybe it was another visitor I somehow hadn't noticed earlier. Maybe it was a staff member checking to make sure everyone was leaving. Maybe I was remembering her appearance wrong, and it really was Sarah. But none of those explanations made sense. I know what I saw. The girl I encountered looked and sounded nothing like Sarah, and according to Sarah, she came into that room and spoke to me, but the person she spoke to responded exactly as I had to the stranger. It's been 5 years, and I still don't have an explanation. What was that thing? A doppelganger? A ghost that could somehow appear completely solid? Some kind of time slip where I interacted with someone who wasn't really there? The thing that freaks me out the most is how normal she looked. Not transparent or ghostly or obviously supernatural. Just a regular person who wasn't who she was pretending to be. If Sarah hadn't been there to confirm something weird happened, I might have written it off as a strange but mundane encounter. We went back to that cabin the next day, hoping to find some answers. But it was already closed up, the festival over. We asked some of the event organizers if there had been any staff members matching my description working in the cabin. They said no, all their volunteers were wearing clearly marked festival t-shirts. I've spent countless hours ghost hunting since then, in places far creepier than that cabin. But I've never experienced anything like that again. Nothing even close. Just that one time, I encountered something that looked human, but wasn't. Something that somehow knew exactly what to say to make me think nothing was wrong. Something that, for just a moment, existed in the same space as my friend, without either of them seeing each other. And the most terrifying thought, the one that keeps me up at night sometimes. What if it followed me home? What if it's still out there, watching, waiting for another opportunity to pretend to be someone I know? I still don't know how to explain what happened during our family trip to Wyoming 3 years ago. I've gone over it in my head thousands of times trying to make sense of it, but I can't come up with any rational explanation. My husband thinks I'm overthinking it, but he saw her too. We all did. It started on a Thursday morning in June. We were heading to Rawlins, Wyoming to visit my husband Mark's family. It was me, Mark, and our 2 kids, Emma, 14, and Tyler, 10 at the time. We packed up our SUV the night before, got the kids up early, and hit the road around 7 a.m. It was about a 6-hour drive from our home in Colorado Springs, and I wanted to get there before dinner. The first couple hours of the drive were completely normal. We stopped for breakfast at this little diner we always visit on road trips. The kids were in good spirits, listening to their music and playing games on their tablets. Mark and I were chatting about work and what we were going to do in Wyoming. His parents had planned a big barbecue for the weekend, and his brother was bringing his new girlfriend that nobody had met yet. Just normal family stuff. We were about 3 hours into the drive, somewhere in northern Colorado, when I first noticed the moving truck. It wasn't anything special, just one of those standard rental trucks like a U-Haul, but I think it was a Penske or Budget, yellow with the company logo on the side. I only noticed it because we'd been leapfrogging it for about 20 minutes on the highway. You know how that happens on long drives. You pass someone, then stop for gas, then they pass you, and so on. What caught my attention was the driver. It was a woman with dark hair, probably in her 30s, wearing this super bright pink t-shirt. Like neon pink, the kind that practically glows. I remember thinking it was an odd choice for a long drive. I usually wear something comfortable and dark when I'm traveling so stains don't show up. But hey, to each their own. We passed her again when she pulled off at a rest stop, and I didn't think anything more about it. The rest of the drive was uneventful, and we made it to Mark's parents' house around 2 p.m. They were thrilled to see us, especially the kids. Mark's mom had baked cookies, and his dad was eager to show Tyler some new fishing gear he'd bought. We unpacked, settled in, and spent the evening catching up. The next few days were filled with family activities. We had the big barbecue on Friday, went fishing on Saturday, and on Sunday, we all went hiking in a nearby state park. It was a nice, relaxing weekend, exactly what we needed. On Monday morning, we packed up to head home. We said our goodbyes, promised to visit again soon, and got on the road around 9 a.m. Before leaving town, we stopped at a gas station in Rawlins to fill up and grab some snacks for the drive. Mark was pumping gas while I went inside with the kids to pay and get drinks. When we came out, Mark had this weird look on his face. He nodded toward the other side of the gas station and said, "Isn't that the same moving truck we saw on the way here?" I looked over, and sure enough, there was a yellow moving truck parked at one of the pumps. But what made the hair on the back of my neck stand up was the driver, a woman with dark hair, wearing the exact same bright pink t-shirt. "Maybe it's just another truck," I said, trying to be logical. There must be hundreds of those rental trucks on the road. But then she turned slightly, and I got a better look at her. It was definitely the same woman, same build, same hair, same distinctive bright pink shirt. I couldn't see her face clearly. She was kind of turned away from us, but everything else matched. "That's weird," I said to Mark. "You think she's been in Rawlins this whole time too?" Mark shrugged. "Maybe she was moving someone here, or maybe she's just starting her drive back now. But she's wearing the same clothes," I pointed out. "The exact same bright pink shirt. People do wear the same outfit sometimes, especially on road trips," Mark reasoned. "I've worn this same blue polo 3 days in a row before." I tried to let it go. It was a coincidence, nothing more. We got back in our car and hit the road. About 2 hours into our drive home, we decided to stop for lunch. We found this little roadside diner that advertised world-famous burgers, which the kids were excited about. We parked and went inside, spent about an hour eating and letting the kids stretch their legs. When we came out to the parking lot, I froze. Parked 2 spaces down from our SUV was the yellow moving truck. My stomach dropped. I grabbed Mark's arm and nodded toward it. "Okay, that's a little strange," he admitted, his voice lower than usual. "Should we wait for her to come out?" I asked, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease. Mark hesitated. "Let's just go. She's probably just headed in the same direction we are." We got in our car quickly and drove off. I kept looking in the side mirror, half expecting to see the truck pull out behind us, but it stayed put. I tried to convince myself it was just a weird coincidence. Interstate highways only have so many stops, right? It made sense we might end up at the same places. We drove for another couple of hours. The kids had gotten bored by this point and were starting to ask how much longer until we got home. Mark suggested we stop at this dispensary just across the Colorado border. He wanted to pick up some edibles to help him sleep. I waited in the car with the kids while he went inside. 10 minutes later, Mark came jogging back to the car, looking pale. "She's here," he said quietly as he got in, trying not to let the kids hear. "The woman in the pink shirt. She's in the dispensary. A chill ran through me. Are you sure it's her? Positive. Same truck in the parking lot, same woman, same pink shirt. I saw her at the counter when I was paying. Did you get a good look at her face? I asked. Mark shook his head. Not really. She was kind of turned away from me, talking to the cashier. This is getting really weird, I whispered. Should we say something to her? What would we say? Hey, why do we keep seeing you everywhere? Mark started the car. Let's just go home. We drove in silence for a while, both of us lost in thought. The kids picked up on our mood and got quieter too, focusing on their tablets. I kept scanning the road ahead and behind us, looking for the yellow truck, but I didn't see it. About 45 minutes from home, Tyler needed to use the bathroom, so we pulled off at a gas station. It was one of those bigger travel centers with a convenience store, fast food restaurant, and lots of pumps. Mark took Tyler to the bathroom while Emma and I went to get some drinks. As we were walking back to our car, I saw it. The yellow moving truck, parked on the far side of the lot. My heart started racing. I hurried Emma back to our SUV and waited anxiously for Mark and Tyler to return. When they got back, I didn't even have to say anything. Mark had seen it too. She's in the bathroom, he said, his voice tight. I saw her going in as we were coming out. Mark, this isn't normal, I said, trying to keep my voice steady for the kids' sake. We've seen the same person 4 times now, over hundreds of miles in several days, and she's wearing the exact same clothes. Maybe she has multiple pink shirts, Mark suggested, but I could tell he was unnerved too. I want to see her face, I said suddenly. I want to know if it's really the same person. Sarah, let's just go home, Mark urged. It's getting late, but I couldn't let it go. I'll be right back. I'm just going to walk by the truck and see if I can get a look at her. Before Mark could stop me, I got out of the car and walked toward the convenience store, positioning myself where I could see the bathroom entrance. I waited for about 5 minutes, but the woman didn't come out. Getting impatient, I walked closer to the moving truck and peered inside the driver's window. The cab was empty, but there was a water bottle in the cup holder and a map spread out on the passenger seat. Something about seeing her personal items made this whole thing even more unsettling. I decided to check the bathroom myself. I went inside, but there were only 2 stalls, both empty. The woman in the pink shirt was nowhere to be found. Confused, I headed back outside and scanned the parking lot. The truck was still there, but its driver had vanished. I walked back to our car, looking over my shoulder the whole way. She's gone, I told Mark as I got in. She wasn't in the bathroom and I can't see her anywhere, but her truck is still there. Let's go, Mark said firmly, starting the engine. This is getting too weird. We pulled out of the gas station and got back on the highway. I kept watching the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the yellow truck following us, but it never appeared. We made it home without any further incidents, but I couldn't stop thinking about the woman in the pink shirt. Who was she? Why did we keep running into her? And why was she wearing the same clothes day after day? Over the next few weeks, I found myself looking for that yellow truck whenever I was driving. I'd scan parking lots and highways, hoping to catch a glimpse of it, to prove to myself that it wasn't just some collective hallucination our family had experienced. I even tried researching online to see if anyone else had reported similar experiences, but I couldn't find anything. I thought about posting about it myself, but what would I say? My family kept seeing the same woman on a road trip, and it freaked us out. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. Mark eventually told me to let it go. He said it was just a weird coincidence, nothing more. Maybe she was moving between the same cities as us. Maybe she had a closet full of identical pink shirts. There were logical explanations, he insisted. But here's the thing that still bothers me 3 years later. In all those encounters, across hundreds of miles in several days, we never once saw her face clearly. She was always turned away, or at a distance, or entering a building as we were leaving. It was like she was deliberately avoiding being seen fully. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone and see a yellow moving truck on the highway, my heart skips a beat. I find myself speeding up to see if the driver is wearing a bright pink shirt. So far I haven't seen her again, but I can't shake the feeling that someday I will, and maybe next time I'll finally see her face. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was delivering that truck and following the same route we were. Maybe it wasn't even the same woman each time, just different rental truck drivers who happened to wear similar clothes. But the odds of that seem astronomical. The most unsettling theory I've come up with, and I know this sounds crazy, is that maybe she wasn't really there at all. Or maybe she was stuck in some kind of loop, doomed to drive that same route over and over, wearing that same pink shirt, never reaching her destination. I don't know what happened during those few days in June 3 years ago. I don't know who the woman in the pink shirt was, or why our paths kept crossing in such an impossible way. All I know is that whenever I see a bright pink shirt or a yellow moving truck, I feel a chill run down my spine, and I wonder if she's still out there, driving that endless highway, forever wearing that same pink shirt, forever just out of clear view. I still can't explain what happened to us that day, and I honestly don't think I ever will. I've spent 6 years trying to make sense of it, but I'm no closer to understanding it now than I was then. I'm hoping that by writing this all out, maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. It was April 2017, and my wife Emma and I had just gotten married 2 months earlier. We were still in that honeymoon phase where everything felt exciting and new. We lived near this beautiful butterfly sanctuary that had hiking trails throughout it. We'd been there dozens of times to see the butterflies, but somehow we'd never noticed this one particular trail before. It was a sunny Saturday morning, and we decided to go check out the sanctuary. After spending about an hour in the butterfly pavilion, we were walking back to our car when Emma pointed to a trailhead I'd somehow never seen before. "Have you ever been down that one?" she asked, pointing to a narrow dirt path that disappeared into the trees. I hadn't, which was weird because I thought I knew all the trails there. The sign said, "Forest Loop Trail, 1.2 miles." It seemed perfect for a spontaneous hike, so we decided to check it out. The beginning of the trail was normal, exactly what you'd expect. It was well maintained, and we passed a couple of other hikers heading in the opposite direction. There was even this little forest adventure park thing near the entrance with some zip lines and rope courses. We could hear kids laughing in the distance. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when the trail started to get a bit narrower and the woods became denser. I remember noticing how the sunlight was filtering through the leaves, creating these dappled patterns on the ground. It was peaceful. Then this weird fog started rolling in. It wasn't super thick at first, just kind of misty, but it gave everything this dreamlike quality. The temperature dropped a few degrees too. Nothing dramatic, but enough that Emma and I both commented on it. We came to this spot where 2 young pine trees had grown in a way that they formed an arch over the path. As we passed underneath them, I made a stupid joke about walking into Silent Hill. Emma laughed, but looking back, I wish I hadn't said anything. It feels too prophetic now. Right after we passed through that arch, everything changed, and I mean everything. The trail, which had been winding naturally through the forest, suddenly straightened out completely. I'm not exaggerating. It was like someone had taken a ruler and drawn a perfectly straight line through the forest. It didn't curve at all anymore. It just stretched ahead of us, disappearing into the distance. The fog had gotten thicker too, but only on either side of the trail. It was like there were walls of mist on both sides of us, but the path itself remained clear. The weirdest part was how quiet it had gotten. The birds had stopped singing. The wind had died down completely, and we couldn't hear any other hikers anymore. Is it just me, or is this trail really straight now? Emma asked, her voice sounding strangely muffled in the still air. Yeah, it's weird, I replied. I guess they must have rerouted it or something. Even as I said it, I knew that didn't make any sense. How do you reroute a forest trail to make it perfectly straight for what looked like miles? But I was trying to rationalize what we were seeing. We kept walking, assuming we'd reach the end soon. The trail sign had said it was only 1.2 miles, which should have taken us maybe 30 minutes at a leisurely pace. But we walked and walked and walked. After what felt like an hour, Emma checked her phone. We've been on this trail for an hour and 15 minutes, she said, frowning. That can't be right. Her phone had service, but when she tried to look at Google Maps, it couldn't pinpoint our location. We were just a blue dot in a sea of green. Maybe we should turn back, she suggested. I was about to agree when I saw something in the distance. Let's just see what that is up ahead, and then we can turn around. As we got closer, I realized it was a massive boulder jutting out from the right side of the trail. It was enormous, at least 15 feet tall and maybe 30 feet wide. It looked like it had been there for centuries, covered in moss and lichen. The boulder forced the trail to narrow dramatically, and on the left side was a steep drop-off into what looked like a ravine. We had to press ourselves against the rock to safely get past it, carefully sidestepping to avoid falling. As I was sliding past, my hand brushed against the surface of the boulder. It was ice cold, way colder than it should have been on a spring day. And for just a second, I swear this happened, even though it sounds crazy, I thought I felt it pulse like it was breathing. I yanked my hand away and hurried past, not saying anything to Emma. I didn't want to freak her out, and honestly, I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Once we were past the boulder, the trail continued on, still unnaturally straight. We should have reached the end of the loop by now, but there was no sign of it ending. Daniel, I really think we should go back, Emma said, and I could hear the fear creeping into her voice. I was about to agree when we both froze. From somewhere ahead of us, deeper in the forest, came a voice. It was faint but unmistakable, someone calling for help. "Hello," the voice called. "Is someone there? Please help me." It sounded like a young woman, and she sounded terrified. Emma grabbed my arm. "We should help her," she whispered. I nodded, but something felt wrong. The voice didn't sound quite human. It was close, but there was something off about it, like when you hear a really good text-to-speech program that's almost perfect but not quite. "Hello?" I called back. "Where are you?" "I'm over here," the voice replied, seeming to come from somewhere off the trail to our right. "I've been lost for hours. Please, I'm scared." I looked at Emma, and I could tell she was hearing the same wrongness in the voice that I was. But we couldn't just ignore someone who needed help. "Stay on the trail," I called out. "Try to make your way to us." There was a pause, then, "I can't. I think I broke my ankle. You need to come to me. Please, I'm not far off the path." Every instinct in my body was screaming at me not to leave the trail. I can't explain why, but I knew with absolute certainty that stepping off that path would be a terrible mistake. "We'll go get help," I called back. Just stay where you are." The voice changed then. It dropped any pretense of being human. It became deeper, layered, like multiple voices speaking in unison. "Come here now." Emma's nails dug into my arm as we both took an involuntary step backward. The command in that voice was palpable, almost physical, like it was trying to pull us off the trail. "Run," I whispered to Emma, and we both turned and started sprinting back the way we came. As we ran, the voice followed us, seeming to come from all around now, no longer limited to one spot in the forest. It kept changing too, sometimes sounding like a child, sometimes like an old man, sometimes like several people speaking together. "Don't leave me here," it called in a child's voice. Then deeper, "You belong here with me." Then, in what sounded like Emma's voice, "Daniel, help me." I ran faster, dragging Emma with me, refusing to look back or to either side. I focused only on the trail ahead of us, on getting back to the boulder, which had somehow become a landmark in my mind. If we could get past it again, maybe we'd be safe. The voices got louder, more insistent, more varied. It was like the forest itself was trying to talk to us, to lure us off the path. I could hear twigs snapping and leaves rustling on either side, as if something was pacing us just out of sight in the fog. We reached the boulder, and I pressed Emma against it as we sidled past, keeping as far from the ravine as possible. The rock was even colder now, and this time I was certain. It moved slightly under my touch, like taking a shallow breath. Emma felt it too. "Daniel," she gasped, but I just pushed her forward. "Keep going," I said. "Don't stop." As we continued running, the fog started to thicken on the trail itself, making it harder to see where we were going. The voices became a cacophony, dozens of different ones all calling to us, pleading, threatening, cajoling. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like forever. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt like lead, but I was too terrified to stop. Emma was in the same state, gasping for breath but pushing forward. Then, suddenly, I saw them ahead, the two pine trees forming an arch. We sprinted toward them, the voices reaching a frenzied pitch behind us. As we passed under the arch, everything stopped. The voices cut off mid-sentence. The fog dissipated. The oppressive silence was replaced by normal forest sounds. Birds, distant voices of other hikers, a light breeze rustling the leaves. We stumbled to a stop, both bent over, hands on our knees, trying to catch our breath. When I finally looked up, the trail ahead of us was winding naturally through the trees, no longer a straight line disappearing into the distance. "What?" Emma started, then had to take another deep breath. "What the hell was that?" I shook my head, still unable to speak. I checked my watch and felt my stomach drop. We'd been on the trail for 5 hours. 5 hours on what was supposed to be a 1.2-mile loop. We made our way back to the trailhead in silence, both of us jumping at every sound. When we finally reached our car, I've never been so relieved in my life. We didn't talk about it much on the drive home. What was there to say? Nothing that had happened made any sense. We both agreed that we must have somehow gotten turned around, taken a wrong turn somewhere, ended up on a different trail. The voices? Mass hallucination brought on by dehydration, maybe. The boulder that seemed to breathe, a trick of our overstressed minds. These were the lies we told ourselves because the truth was too impossible to face. A few days later, Emma's sister Lily came over for dinner. She's an avid jogger and runs the trails at the sanctuary at least 3 times a week. During dinner, Emma casually brought up the forest loop trail. "Oh yeah, I love that trail," Lily said. "It's a quick one. Takes me maybe 15-20 minutes to jog it, maybe 30 if I'm walking slowly." Emma and I exchanged looks. "Does it have a huge boulder on it?" I asked. one that forces you to walk single file because there's a drop-off on the other side. Lily looked confused. No, nothing like that. It's a pretty wide trail the whole way. There are a couple of small rocks here and there, but nothing you'd have to squeeze past. What about 2 pine trees that form an arch over the trail? Emma asked. Nope, Lily said, shaking her head. It's mostly deciduous trees, actually. Not many pines at all. We pressed her for more details, and everything she described was completely different from what we'd experienced. Finally, we convinced her to take us back there the next day so she could show us. When we returned to the sanctuary, the forest loop trail looked exactly the same at the beginning. Same sign, same trailhead. But as we walked with Lily, it became clear this was not the trail we had been on. This one wound naturally through the forest, with gentle curves and slight elevation changes. We completed the entire loop in just under an hour, and it looked nothing like what Emma and I had experienced. No fog, no straight path, no pine arch, and definitely no massive boulder with a ravine. See, just a normal forest trail, Lily said, clearly puzzled by our behavior. Emma and I were silent, both trying to process what this meant. We'd spent 5 hours on a trail that should have taken 30 minutes. We'd seen and heard things that couldn't possibly exist in the real world, and yet it had happened. We both experienced the exact same thing. In the 6 years since then, we've never gone back to that trail. I've researched similar experiences online and found some accounts that share elements of what we went through. People describing trails that seem to exist outside of normal space-time. Encounters with voices in forests that mimic human speech. Some theories suggest temporary slips into parallel dimensions or distortions in reality. Others point to more supernatural explanations, entities that lure hikers off trails, forests that become sentient under certain conditions. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what we experienced was real. Sometimes I still hear that voice in my dreams, that layered, inhuman voice commanding us to leave the trail. And I always wake up wondering, what would have happened if we had stepped off that path and followed the voice into the fog? And sometimes, when I'm alone, I find myself wondering if we ever actually made it back at all, if this life we're living now is really ours, or if the real us is still running down that impossibly straight trail, trying to escape whatever was calling to us from the fog. I still can't explain what happened that day. It's been almost 12 years, but every detail is burned into my memory like it happened yesterday. I've told this story to a few close friends over the years, but I'm sharing it more widely now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. This happened when I was 15. My parents and I had moved into this rental house about 4 months earlier. It was an older house, probably built in the 1950s, with this weird addition on top that had been converted into an attic bedroom, my bedroom. The house itself wasn't particularly creepy or anything, just a regular suburban home with beige siding and a small front yard in a quiet neighborhood. My attic room was actually pretty cool for a teenager. It was spacious with sloped ceilings, and I had my own bathroom up there. The only downside was the floor. The entire attic had this cheap plastic laminate flooring that made this distinct sound whenever anyone walked on it. Not just a normal creak, but this specific pop-crackle noise that was so loud you could hear it throughout the entire house. My parents used to joke they always knew when I was sneaking around at night because that floor was like an alarm system. That Saturday started like any normal weekend. My parents told me they were going grocery shopping and would be back in about an hour. I remember it was early October, and I was sitting by my window working on some art project for school. I had my headphones on, but wasn't playing anything through them. I just liked wearing them sometimes when I was concentrating. I'd been alone for maybe 45 minutes when I saw my parents' blue Honda pull into the driveway below my window. I remember thinking they were back sooner than expected. At the exact same moment, I heard footsteps on the plastic flooring in the attic outside my room. This wasn't unusual. When my parents came home, one of them would often come up to check if I needed anything or to tell me to help bring in groceries. So I wasn't surprised to hear someone walking toward my bedroom door. But then I looked back out the window, and both my parents were still in the car. My mom was gathering her purse from the passenger seat, and my dad was still behind the wheel, like they had just pulled in and hadn't even gotten out yet. I felt this cold rush of fear wash over me as I stared down at them because the footsteps were still coming closer to my door. Slow and deliberate steps. That unmistakable plastic floor sound. Pop, crackle. Pop, crackle. I yanked my headphones off and called out through the open window, "Dad, is someone else with you guys?" My dad looked up, confused. "What? No, why?" My voice was shaking when I said, "I can hear someone walking up here. They're outside my door right now." I'll never forget the look on my dad's face. It changed instantly from confusion to this intense protective panic. He threw open his car door and yelled, "Lock your door, right now." I ran to my door, which was one of those hollow core interior doors with about a half-inch gap at the bottom. As I reached for the lock, I froze. Through that gap, I could see shadows, feet. Someone was standing directly on the other side. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stared at those shadows beneath my door. They weren't moving, just standing there. And then I heard it, breathing, not loud or monstrous, just breathing. The quiet, steady breathing of someone standing absolutely still. I heard my dad shouting from downstairs as he ran into the house. The front door slammed. His footsteps pounded up the stairs toward the attic access. That's when the shadows under my door started to move. The footsteps began again, pop, crackle, walking away from my door, back toward the attic stairs. I lunged forward and locked my door, then backed away toward my window. I could hear my dad running up the attic stairs, which connected to the second-floor hallway by this fold-down ladder thing. The footsteps outside my door were moving in that direction, toward my dad. Here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. There's only one way in or out of that attic, one staircase. That's it. Whoever was walking away from my door had to encounter my dad coming up those stairs. They had to. I heard my dad reach the top of the stairs, his shoes making that same distinct sound on the plastic flooring. "Olivia," he shouted, "are you okay?" Less than 10 seconds later, he was pounding on my door. "Olivia, open up." I was shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. When I opened the door, my dad rushed in and grabbed me by the shoulders, checking me over. "Are you hurt? Did you see anyone?" "No," I stammered. "But they were right here, Dad. Right outside my door. I saw their feet under the door, and I heard them breathing. They walked away when they heard you coming." My dad's face was pale. "I didn't see anyone. There's no one up here." By this time, my mom had made it upstairs too, and she was standing in the doorway, looking terrified. "What's happening?" she kept asking. My dad told her what I'd said, and they both went into protection mode. My dad grabbed a baseball bat from my closet. I played softball. And we all went through the entire house together. Every room, every closet. My dad even checked under all the beds and inside the shower stalls. There was no one. We checked all the windows and doors. None were open or showed any signs of forced entry. My dad even went outside and walked around the perimeter of the house, looking for any evidence that someone had been there. Nothing. The most disturbing part was the attic itself. Like I said, there was only one way in or out, that staircase. My dad would have encountered anyone coming down while he was going up. It's not a wide staircase. Two people can't pass each other without touching, and the plastic flooring would have given away anyone trying to hide. That distinctive sound was unmistakable and impossible to avoid. When we finished searching, we all sat in the living room trying to make sense of what happened. My parents started suggesting logical explanations. Maybe I'd heard the house settling. Maybe it was the neighbors walking around next door, though our houses weren't that close. Maybe I'd fallen asleep briefly and dreamed it. But I knew what I heard. I knew what I saw. Those shadows under my door were real. That breathing was real. And that person, or whatever it was, had been walking toward my dad, but they never crossed paths. After a while, my parents seemed to accept that I must have been mistaken somehow. They didn't say it outright, but I could tell they thought I'd imagined it or exaggerated. My mom suggested I come sleep in their room that night if I was scared, but I could see she didn't really think there had been an intruder. I ended up sleeping on the couch in the living room for a week. I couldn't bring myself to go back to that attic bedroom. Eventually, I did move back upstairs, but I never felt comfortable there again. Every time I heard that plastic floor make its distinctive noise, I'd freeze and listen for breathing. We lived in that house for another year before moving, and nothing like that ever happened again. But I never forgot it. I've spent years trying to find a logical explanation. Could someone have been hiding in the attic before my parents left, waiting for me to be alone? But where would they have hidden when we searched? The attic was basically one open space with my bedroom sectioned off. There were no crawl spaces, no hidden nooks, nowhere a person could conceal themselves. Could it have been someone from outside the family who had a key? But then where did they go? How did they disappear between my door and the attic stairs where my dad was coming up? I've considered every rational explanation I can think of, but none of them fit what happened. The timing was too perfect. My parents pulling into the driveway exactly when I heard the footsteps. The shadows under my door were unmistakable, and the way those footsteps walked away from my door, toward my dad, but never encountered him. It's impossible. Sometimes I wonder if it was something not human. I don't really believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but this experience has made me question everything I thought I knew. Whatever was outside my door that day disappeared into thin air when my father approached, leaving absolutely no trace of its presence. My parents have since written the whole thing off as teenage imagination. When I've brought it up in recent years, they get this look like, oh, she's still going on about that. They don't remember it the way I do. They don't remember the terror in my dad's voice when he told me to lock my door, or how thoroughly we searched the house. In their memory, it's been reduced to a silly misunderstanding. But I remember. I remember the pop crackle of those footsteps. I remember the shadows under my door. I remember the sound of breathing. And I remember knowing with absolute certainty that someone was standing inches away from me, separated only by a hollow core door that wouldn't have stopped them if they'd decided to come in. To this day, I can't explain what happened. I just know that someone, or something, was in that attic with me. Someone that could appear and disappear without using stairs or doors or windows. Someone that left no trace but the sound of footsteps and the shadow of feet and the soft sound of breathing outside my bedroom door. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I still find myself listening for that distinctive pop-crackle sound on the floor outside my room. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me last October. I'm still not sure I can explain it, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was a Tuesday morning around 7:30 a.m. My 1-year-old son, Noah, had been up most of the night with a nasty cough. My wife and I had taken turns rocking him, but nothing seemed to help. By morning, we were both exhausted, and I volunteered to stop at Walgreens on my way to work to pick up some children's cough medicine. I was already running late for a 9 a.m. meeting. My boss had been on my case lately about punctuality, but what was I supposed to do? My kid was sick. Family comes first. I remember feeling that low-level stress that comes from trying to be everywhere at once. A good employee, a good father, a good husband. As I pulled into the Walgreens parking lot, I called my wife to double-check which medicine the pediatrician had recommended. The parking lot was fairly busy for a weekday morning, typical suburban rush hour. I remember noticing a woman struggling with her screaming toddler near the entrance, trying to get the kid buckled into a car seat. The kid was having a complete meltdown, and I remember thinking, at least Noah isn't the only one. "Hey, can you check what Dr. Miller said about the cough syrup?" I asked my wife as I grabbed my wallet and got out of the car. Was it the nighttime one or the daytime one? "Hold on, let me find my notes," she replied. I could hear her shuffling papers in the background. I was walking toward the entrance, glancing at my phone to check the time, 7:42 a.m., when everything changed. I can't explain exactly what happened next. 1 second, I was stepping through the automatic doors, listening to my wife on the phone, and the next, the call dropped, my phone went completely dead, and the world around me transformed. The Walgreens I walked into wasn't the same one I'd seen from the parking lot. The fluorescent lights were still on, but they had this cold, bluish tint that made everything look washed out and clinical. And it was completely empty, not just quiet, utterly vacant. No cashiers, no pharmacists, no customers. I turned around immediately to look back outside, and that's when my stomach dropped. The parking lot that had been full of cars moments ago was now completely empty. The woman with the screaming child, gone. My own car was still there, but it was the only one. The street beyond was deserted. No traffic, nothing moving at all. My first thought was that I'd had some kind of stroke or seizure, that I was hallucinating or having a medical emergency. But everything felt physically normal. I wasn't dizzy, my vision wasn't blurred, I didn't have a headache. I just somehow stepped into an abandoned version of Walgreens. I tried to power my phone back on, but it wouldn't respond at all. I pressed the buttons repeatedly, but the screen stayed black. That's when I started to feel real panic rising in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding strange in the silence. The words seemed to hang in the air without echoing. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Nothing. Just this eerie, almost pressurized silence. I swear I could hear the buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead, but it sounded wrong, like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I took a few steps further into the store, past the front registers. Everything looked normal, products on shelves, sale signs hanging, but also subtly wrong. The colors seemed faded, and there was a thin layer of dust on the counters that definitely shouldn't have been there in an operating store. I tried calling out again, louder this time. My voice sounded muffled, like the air was thick. That's when I noticed the temperature. It was cold. Not just air-conditioned cool, but genuinely cold, like walking into a refrigerator. I remember thinking, this is insane. This can't be happening. But it was happening, and I needed to find someone or get out. The exit doors were still right behind me, but for some reason, I was hesitant to leave. What if the outside world was empty too? What if I couldn't get back? So instead, I decided to head toward the pharmacy in the back, thinking maybe someone would be there. I started down one of the center aisles, the one with vitamins and supplements. As I walked, I noticed that some of the products looked different, brands I didn't recognize, packaging that seemed outdated. About halfway down the aisle, I stopped dead in my tracks. There was a sound, faint but unmistakable, coming from somewhere in the store. A rhythmic clicking, like a clock ticking, but slower and louder. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it definitely wasn't there before. The hairs on my arms stood up. I felt watched, though I couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" I called again, my voice barely above a whisper now. "Is somebody there?" The clicking stopped immediately. The silence that followed was even worse. I decided I needed to get out, meeting be damned. I turned around to head back to the entrance, and that's when reality shifted again. It wasn't gradual. One moment I was in this empty, cold, blue-lit Walgreens, and the next, pop, I was back in a normal store. The warm lighting returned. Music was playing overhead, and people, regular, normal people, were suddenly all around me. A teenager stocking shelves, an elderly man browsing vitamins a few feet away, a woman with a shopping basket turning into the next aisle. I nearly fell over from the shock of it. My phone buzzed in my hand, making me jump. It was on again, showing a missed call from my wife and the current time, 7:43 a.m. Somehow, only a minute had passed. My wife was calling back. I answered, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. "Ryan, what happened? The call just dropped," she said. I couldn't speak for a moment. How could I explain what had just happened when I didn't understand it myself? I don't know," I finally managed. "My phone died or something." Well, I found my notes. Dr. Miller said to get the daytime non-drowsy formula for mornings, and we can use the nighttime one we already have for bedtime. "Are you okay? You sound weird." "Yeah, I'm fine," I lied. "Reception is just bad in here." I made my way to the pharmacy section in a daze, half expecting everything to shift again. The store was busy now, totally normal for a weekday morning. The pharmacist greeted me with a standard, "How can I help you today?" as if nothing unusual had happened, because for her, nothing had. I bought the medicine and walked back to my car on autopilot. The parking lot was full again. The woman with the screaming child was gone, but that made sense. I'd been inside for a minute or two, enough time for her to leave. I sat in my car for a long time, trying to process what had happened. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Had I briefly fallen asleep, standing up and dreamed it? But it hadn't felt like a dream. It felt real, physically real, just wrong. I made it to work late for my meeting. My boss gave me a look, but I couldn't even bring myself to care. Throughout the day, I kept expecting something else strange to happen, but nothing did. Life went on normally. That night, after Noah had taken his medicine and finally fallen asleep, I tried to tell my wife what had happened. I got halfway through before stopping. The words sounded ridiculous coming out of my mouth. She was looking at me with concern, and I couldn't tell if she thought I was making it up or having some kind of breakdown. "Maybe you were just really tired," she suggested gently. "You barely slept last night with Noah being sick." I nodded and dropped it. But I knew what I experienced wasn't sleep deprivation or stress or some kind of mini blackout. Over the next few weeks, I did research online, looking up things like time slips and reality shifts. I found stories that sounded similar to mine, people who stepped into places that were suddenly empty or changed, only to have reality snap back to normal moments later. Some theories talked about parallel universes or glitches in reality. I went back to that Walgreens a week later, half expecting something to happen, but it was completely normal. I've been there dozens of times since then, and nothing unusual has ever happened again. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I can still feel that cold, strange air and hear that rhythmic clicking sound. I find myself wondering what would have happened if I'd stayed in that version of the store longer. Where was everyone? Was it really empty, or was something there watching me? And most disturbing of all, what if I hadn't been able to get back? I don't have answers. All I know is that for about a minute, on an ordinary Tuesday morning, I stepped into somewhere else, somewhere that looked like our world but wasn't quite right. And even though it was brief, I can't shake the feeling that whatever that place was, it noticed me. That by accidentally stepping into it, I opened a door that wasn't meant to be opened. I still have to visit Walgreens sometimes for prescriptions or when we need something quick. Each time, I hesitate for just a second before walking through those automatic doors. So far, the store has always been normal on the other side. But I'm terrified of what might happen if one day it's not. I don't even know why I'm writing this down, but I need to tell someone. It's been 3 months since I discovered it, and I'm still freaking out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, because this is honestly making me question my sanity. Last winter, I was house-sitting for my sister Megan and her husband while they visited his family in Colorado for 2 weeks. They had just bought their first house, a cute craftsman in Pine Hollow where we both grew up, and had been fixing it up for a few months before moving in. I was in my second-to-last semester at community college, still living with my parents, so I jumped at the chance to have a place to myself for a while. The only real responsibility was feeding their cat, Winston, who's super picky and needs his food at exactly 7 a.m. and 6 p.m., or he goes ballistic. The first thing I noticed when I walked in was how aggressively red their kitchen was, like fire engine red cabinets, red backsplash, even red countertops. Megan has always been bold with design choices, but this was next level. The whole kitchen looked like it was drenched in blood. It was actually kind of jarring against the rest of the house, which was all neutral colors and very tasteful. That first morning, I was standing in the kitchen waiting for the coffee to brew, and the rising sun hit those red cabinets and literally turned the whole room into this crimson cave. I remember texting my girlfriend Amber, "Dude, you have to see Megan's kitchen. It's red, like psychotically red." She called me later that day, and I gave her a FaceTime tour. I specifically remember walking around the kitchen, opening the cabinets, red inside too, and both of us laughing about how intense it was. Amber said it looked like The Shining meets HGTV, and we joked about the resale value tanking because of it. I even remember saying, "Who's going to want a kitchen that looks like a crime scene?" And Amber telling me to stop being dramatic. Over the 2 weeks, I took several photos and videos of the house to show my parents and friends. I specifically remember taking a video of Winston sitting on the red countertop and sending it to Amber with the caption, "King of his Crimson Kingdom." I sent another one to my best friend Taylor with a boomerang of me opening and closing one of the red cabinet doors. Anyway, I didn't think much more about it after Megan returned. I moved into my own apartment near campus the following semester and got busy with school and work. Fast forward to last Christmas, almost a year later, when I went back home for the holidays. My parents hosted Christmas Eve, and then we all went to Megan's for Christmas dinner. I walked into her house, greeted everyone, and then stopped dead in my tracks when I saw the kitchen. It was completely white. Bright, clean, standard white cabinets, white countertops, stainless appliances, nothing red anywhere. At first, I figured they must have renovated again, though it seemed weird to redo a brand new kitchen within a year. During dinner, I casually asked Megan, "So when did you guys decide to change the kitchen?" She looked at me like I had 3 heads. "What do you mean?" "You know, from the red to this." I gestured around. Megan looked confused. "Red? Our kitchen was never red, Lisa." I laughed, thinking she was messing with me. "Very funny. The blood-red cabinets, the whole crimson kitchen theme you had going on when I house sat." Now everyone at the table was staring at me. Megan's husband shook his head. "We've never had red cabinets. The kitchen was white when we bought it, and we kept it that way." I thought they were pulling some elaborate prank. "Come on, guys, I literally have pictures." I pulled out my phone, confident I was about to prove them wrong. I scrolled back through my photos to last December. There was Winston on the counter, a white counter. There he was, sitting by his food bowl against white cabinets. Every single photo showed the kitchen exactly as it was now, completely white. My heart started racing. I checked my text history with Amber, scrolling back to find our conversations about the red kitchen. The texts were there. "Dude, you have to see Megan's kitchen. It's red, like psychotically red." But the attached photos showed a white kitchen. I found the video I'd captioned, "King of his Crimson Kingdom." But there was Winston, sitting proudly on a white countertop. The boomerang to Taylor showed me opening and closing a white cabinet door. I felt like I was going to throw up. "This isn't right," I mumbled. My sister looked genuinely concerned. "Lisa, are you feeling okay? The kitchen has always been white. We didn't even consider other colors during renovation." I excused myself to the bathroom and immediately called Amber. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. "Hey, what's up? How's Christmas?" she answered cheerfully. "Amber, what color was Megan's kitchen when I house sat last year?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. That super red one, right? Like horror movie red." "Why?" My whole body went cold. "It's white now. It's completely white. And according to Megan, it's always been white." "What? No way. You sent me like a dozen pictures of that red kitchen. We talked about how ugly it was." "Check your phone," I said. "Look at the pictures I sent you." There was silence as she searched through her messages. Then, "Lisa, these all show a white kitchen." I slid down against the bathroom wall onto the floor. "But you remember it being red, right? I'm not crazy." "I absolutely remember it being red. But these pictures, they're definitely of a white kitchen. What the hell is happening?" I went back to the dinner table and tried to act normal, but I couldn't stop glancing at the kitchen. Every detail I remembered being red was now pristinely white, and apparently had always been that way. After dinner, I cornered Megan alone and pressed her again. "Look, I know this sounds insane, but I swear your kitchen was completely red when I stayed here. Not just like a little red, completely red, cabinets, countertops, backsplash, everything." The look of concern on her face was genuine. "Lisa, I promise you, this kitchen has never been anything but white. We didn't even paint it when we moved in. It was already white and we liked it. I don't know what to tell you." I tried one more angle. "Do you remember me commenting on your kitchen when I was house-sitting? Like, at all?" She thought for a moment. You said it was nice and bright. That's it. But I never said that. I had complained about how overwhelming the red was, how it gave me a headache in the morning sunlight. I've spent the last 3 months trying to figure out what happened. At first, I thought maybe I was remembering someone else's house, but Amber remembers the same red kitchen I do, and we were never physically together when I was house-sitting. She saw it only through my photos and videos, which now show something completely different. I've considered every possibility, that Megan is gaslighting me for some reason. But why would she, and how would she alter my photos? That I somehow dreamed or hallucinated the whole thing. But then why does Amber remember the same details? That I'm mixing up houses, but I've never been in another house with a kitchen like that. That there's some weird photo glitch, but that wouldn't explain why Megan insists it was always white. The most disturbing part isn't even the kitchen itself. It's that the evidence changed. If the photos still showed a red kitchen, I could believe that Megan had renovated and was just messing with me for some reason. But the fact that the photos themselves changed, that's what keeps me up at night. What else in my life isn't the way I remember it? What other photos have changed without me noticing? How many conversations have I had about things that apparently never existed? I'm not on any medications. I don't do drugs. I barely even drink. Amber and I are still together, and she 100% backs up my memory of this kitchen being red. But neither of us can explain why every single piece of evidence now shows something different. Sometimes I think about driving back to Pine Hollow just to look at that kitchen again, as if staring at it long enough might trigger it to flicker back to red, even for a second. But I'm also terrified of what that would mean, that reality itself is changeable, or worse, that my memories can't be trusted. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Where you have a clear memory of something, and someone else shares that exact same memory, but all evidence shows something completely different. It's like the world got edited, and only a few of us remember the previous version. I've started taking photos of everything important to me now. My apartment, my car, my girlfriend, my textbooks, everything. I look at them daily to make sure they haven't changed. I know it sounds paranoid, but after what happened with that kitchen, I don't know what else might suddenly be different tomorrow. The thing that scares me most is that I only noticed this change because it was so dramatic. A fire engine red kitchen turning pristine white. How many smaller changes have happened that I never noticed? How much of my life has been quietly rewritten without me realizing it? I still haven't told my parents or anyone else besides Amber. They'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I am. But then, why does Amber remember the same thing? How could we both hallucinate the exact same details? The one thing I keep coming back to is how certain I am about this. I can still perfectly visualize that red kitchen, the way the morning light reflected off the glossy cabinets, how Winston's black fur stood out against the red countertop, the way the red made the whole room feel smaller and more intense. These aren't vague impressions. They're vivid memories of something I saw every day for 2 weeks. Something happened to that kitchen. Something happened to those photos. Something happened to reality itself. And I have absolutely no explanation for any of it. I never told anyone the full story about what I saw that day. Maybe I've been afraid people would think I'm crazy, or maybe I just didn't want to believe it myself. But it's been eating at me for years now, and I need to get it off my chest. It happened in the summer of 2017. I was working at this crappy gas station on the edge of town, while also cat-sitting for my friend Megan, who was visiting her boyfriend in Dubai. The cat-sitting gig was easy money, just stopping by her apartment once a day to feed her cat, Milo, and clean his litter box. The gas station job, though? Pure hell. The place always smelled like a mix of spilled energy drinks and whatever cleaner they used that never quite masked the underlying stench of the bathrooms. My manager, Rick, was this middle-aged guy who always wore the same 3 polo shirts in rotation and constantly reminded us that he could be managing somewhere better. Like we were supposed to feel grateful he was slumming it with us. Anyway, it was a Wednesday in July, one of those perfect summer days that make you hate being stuck inside. The sun was bright, the sky was this incredible deep blue without a cloud in sight, and there I was, trapped behind a scratched plexiglass counter, selling cigarettes and lottery tickets to people who seemed just as miserable as I felt. I'd been on my feet for almost 7 hours when Rick came in from his 3rd smoke break of the day. He looked around at the empty store and said, "We're dead today. You can head out early if you want." I didn't even give him a chance to change his mind. I grabbed my bag from the back room and was out the door before he could finish telling me to be on time tomorrow. The sudden freedom felt amazing. I decided to walk to the metro station instead of waiting for the bus. It was about a 20-minute walk, but the weather was so perfect that I didn't mind. I had my headphones in, playing some indie playlist I'd found that morning, and for the first time that day I felt good. I was about halfway to the station when I noticed it. I'd stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change, when something in the sky caught my attention. A helicopter was hovering above the city, maybe half a mile away. At first, I didn't think much of it. We'd see news and police helicopters pretty regularly, but as I stood there, something felt off. I couldn't hear it. Even with my music playing, I should have been able to hear the distinctive thump, thump, thump of helicopter blades. I pulled out one earbud, then the other. Nothing. Complete silence. I focused more intently on the helicopter, squinting against the sun. That's when I realized it wasn't just quiet. It was completely motionless. Not like hovering in place with the rotors spinning, but like someone had taken a photo of a helicopter and pasted it onto the sky. The rotors weren't moving at all. It was just frozen there. My first thought was that I was seeing things. I'd been up since 5 a.m., and I hadn't eaten much during my shift, just a granola bar around 9. Maybe my blood sugar was low or something. I blinked hard a few times and even took off my glasses to clean them on my shirt, thinking maybe there was a smudge distorting my vision. When I put my glasses back on and looked up again, the helicopter was gone. But in its place was... I don't even know how to describe it accurately. It was like a black square floating in the sky, literally like a pixel, as if reality had glitched. A perfect black square against the blue sky, exactly where the helicopter had been moments before. I stood there frozen, my mouth probably hanging open like an idiot. The traffic light changed and people started walking around me, but I couldn't move. I just kept staring at this impossible thing in the sky. It didn't move. It didn't change. It was just there, a void in the shape of a square, hovering silently where the helicopter had been. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I needed to take a picture, to prove to myself later that I wasn't hallucinating. But as I raised my phone to snap a photo, the black square flickered, like a TV with bad reception. It blinked in and out of existence a few times, and then it was just gone. The sky was empty, perfect blue with nothing but a few distant birds. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. An older woman passing by asked if I was okay, and I must have nodded or said something that satisfied her because she kept walking. But I wasn't okay. I felt like I'd just seen something I wasn't supposed to see, like I'd accidentally glimpsed behind a curtain that was meant to stay closed. I called my friend Jen, who worked at a coffee shop about 3 blocks from where I was standing. When she answered, I didn't even say hello. "Can you go outside and look at the sky right now?" I asked, my voice higher than normal. "What? Why?" She sounded confused, which was fair. "Please just do it. Tell me if you see anything weird in the sky toward downtown." I heard rustling and the background noise of the cafe dimming as she presumably walked outside. "I'm looking now," she said after a moment. "I don't see anything weird, just blue sky. What am I supposed to be seeing? A black square? Or a helicopter that's not moving?" Even as I said it, I knew how crazy it sounded. "Sophia, are you okay? There's nothing there. Just some clouds way off to the east, but that's it." I thanked her awkwardly and hung up, embarrassed but also increasingly freaked out. Had I really seen what I thought I saw? Or was I having some kind of episode? I forced myself to keep walking toward the metro, but I couldn't stop looking up every few seconds, scanning the sky for any sign of the helicopter or the black pixel. Everything looked normal now, frustratingly normal, like the universe was gaslighting me. When I got on the train, I tried to calm down by scrolling through my phone, but I couldn't focus. My hands were still shaking slightly, and I kept seeing the image of that black square when I closed my eyes, like it had burned itself into my retinas. I got off at my stop and walked to Megan's apartment on autopilot. As I climbed the stairs to her third-floor unit, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a weird reflection from something. Maybe there was something wrong with my glasses. Maybe I was just exhausted and my brain had momentarily glitched. But none of those explanations felt right. The helicopter that didn't move, the perfect black square that replaced it, they had felt so real, so present, yet so completely wrong. I unlocked Megan's door, and Milo came trotting over, meowing for his dinner. The familiar routine of feeding him and cleaning his litter box helped ground me a little. This was real. This was normal. Cats need food and make messes. Simple. After taking care of Milo, I sat on Megan's couch and called my boyfriend, Tyler. When he answered, I didn't know where to start, so I just blurted it out. "I saw something really weird today." "Weird how?" He sounded distracted, and I could hear the clicking of his keyboard in the background. He was probably working on his coding project. "I saw a helicopter that wasn't moving, like the rotors weren't spinning at all. And then it disappeared and turned into this black square in the sky, like a missing pixel or something." The typing stopped. "What?" I repeated myself, trying to explain it better, but the more I talked, the more ridiculous it sounded. When I finished, there was a pause, and then Tyler laughed. "That's wild. You sure you weren't just tired? Maybe you dozed off standing up or something." "I wasn't sleeping," I said, feeling a flare of annoyance. "I know what I saw. Helicopters don't just freeze in midair, Soph, and they definitely don't turn into black pixels. That's some video game glitch shit." "I know how it sounds," I said, "but it happened. I saw it." "Okay," he said in that tone people use when they're humoring you. "Maybe it was a drone. Those can hover in place." "It wasn't a drone, it was a helicopter. A full-sized helicopter that turned into a black square." He sighed. "Look, you've been working crazy hours between the gas station and cat sitting. You're probably just exhausted. Get some rest, okay?" I hung up feeling worse than before. I knew Tyler didn't believe me. Hell, I was starting to doubt myself, too. But the image was so clear in my mind, the frozen helicopter, the perfect black square against the blue sky. I decided to search online for any news about helicopters in the area, thinking maybe there'd been some kind of incident. Nothing. I tried different search terms. Black square in sky, glitch in sky, helicopter disappears. The results were just articles about drones, optical illusions, and some conspiracy theory websites that made me close my browser. By evening, I was a mess of anxiety. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen, replaying it over and over in my mind. Each time it felt more unreal, yet I couldn't shake the certainty that it had happened. I tried watching TV to distract myself, but every helicopter scene made me tense up. I tried reading, but the words blurred together. Eventually, I gave up and decided to go back to my own apartment. I texted Megan to let her know I'd fed Milo and would be back in the morning. The walk from Megan's place to the metro station was only a few blocks, but it felt like miles. I kept my eyes firmly on the sidewalk, afraid of what I might see if I looked up again. The sky was darkening into twilight anyway, the blue fading to purple and then navy. On the train ride home, I sat next to a window but kept the blind pulled down. An older man across the aisle gave me a strange look, probably wondering why I'd block out the view on an above-ground section of track, but I didn't care. I didn't want to see the sky. I finally got back to my apartment around 9 p.m. My roommate was out, which was a relief. I didn't feel like explaining my weird mood to anyone else. I went straight to my room, closed the door, and lay down on my bed fully clothed, staring at the ceiling. That's when I noticed it. A small dark spot on my otherwise white ceiling. At first, I thought it was a stain or maybe a spider, but when I sat up to look closer, my blood went cold. It was a tiny black square, no bigger than a postage stamp, but perfect in its geometry. Exactly like what I'd seen in the sky, just smaller. I scrambled off the bed, heart pounding. This couldn't be real. I was imagining things now, projecting my earlier experience. I flipped on every light in my room and grabbed my desk chair, climbing up to examine the ceiling closer. There was nothing there, just smooth white paint. I got down shakily and sat on the edge of my bed. I was losing it, actually losing my mind. I needed to sleep, to reset my brain somehow. I changed into pajamas and got under the covers, though it was still early. I closed my eyes, trying to focus on my breathing like they taught us in that mandatory wellness seminar at work. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up suddenly in the dark. My room was pitch black except for the green glow of my alarm clock, 3:17 a.m. Something had woken me, but I couldn't tell what. I lay still, listening. The apartment was silent. No roommate sounds, no traffic outside, not even the usual hum of the refrigerator that I could sometimes hear through the wall. Complete silence. And then I noticed it. Hovering near my closet door, about 5 feet off the ground, was another black square. Larger than the one I thought I'd seen on the ceiling, maybe the size of a dinner plate. It wasn't on the wall, it was floating in the middle of the room, a perfect two-dimensional square of complete blackness. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 10, and opened them again. The square was still there, but now it was bigger, maybe twice the size it had been moments before. And it was pulsing somehow, not getting larger and smaller, but like it was breathing, if that makes any sense. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I wanted to run, but my limbs wouldn't respond. All I could do was watch as the square continued to grow, swallowing the darkness around it, becoming a void that seemed to pull at my vision. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The normal darkness of my room rushed back in, and I could hear sounds again. Distant traffic, the refrigerator, the neighbor's AC unit kicking on. I lay there frozen until morning light started filtering through my blinds. I didn't sleep again. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that black square, like it had imprinted itself on my consciousness. I called in sick to work. I texted Megan that I couldn't make it to feed Milo and asked if she could get someone else. I couldn't bear the thought of going outside, of looking up at the sky and seeing it again. I spent the whole day in my apartment with the blinds drawn. My roommate knocked on my door once to ask if I was okay, and I managed to croak out something about a stomach bug. She left some saltines and ginger ale outside my door. I didn't touch them. By evening, I'd convinced myself that I was having some kind of mental breakdown. Sleep deprivation, stress, maybe even the beginning of a serious psychiatric condition. I looked up psychosis symptoms online and found enough overlap to scare myself even more. I decided I needed help. I called my mom, trying to sound normal, and asked her for the name of our family doctor back home. I didn't tell her why. She probably thought I was coming down with something. That night, I didn't want to sleep in my room. I dragged my comforter to the living room couch and left every light on. I put on a mindless reality show and turned the volume up, desperate for the noise, for the distraction. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to the TV showing static. The cable had gone out or something. In my half-asleep state, I reached for the remote on the coffee table to change the channel. And that's when I saw it again, the black square, now the size of a TV screen, hovering right in the middle of the living room. But this time, it wasn't alone. The static on the TV screen was shifting, resolving into dozens of tiny black squares that seemed to be crawling out of the screen, floating into the air of my living room. I threw off my comforter and ran to my bedroom, slamming the door shut behind me. I pressed my back against it, breathing hard, certain that those black squares were following me, seeping under the door, coming for me. But nothing came through. After what felt like hours but was probably just minutes, I worked up the courage to crack open the door and peek into the living room. The TV was off. The room was dark except for the kitchen light I'd left on. No black squares floating in the air, no static, nothing out of the ordinary. I haven't seen the black squares since that night, but I haven't been able to look at the sky the same way either. Every time I'm outside, I keep my gaze firmly on the ground or just ahead of me. Never up. I sold my TV. I changed the wallpaper on my phone and laptop to busy patterns. Nothing with empty space where I might see a black pixel that doesn't belong. Tyler broke up with me about a month after it happened. He said I'd changed, become paranoid. Maybe he was right, but how do you go back to normal after seeing something that shouldn't exist? How do you convince yourself that what you experienced wasn't real when it felt more real than anything else in your life? Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has seen them. These black squares, these glitches in reality. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd reached out to touch one. Sometimes I wonder if they're still out there, waiting for me to look up again. But mostly, I try not to think about it at all. Because the weirdest part isn't what I saw. It's that deep down, I know it saw me too. I've been debating with myself for months about whether to share this. I'm still trying to understand what happened to me 4 years ago at my home in northern Alberta. It's not easy to talk about. People look at you differently when you tell them something like this. I'll just get right into it. This happened in mid-October 2019. I just started my second year of university, living at my parents' place to save money. They were away for the weekend visiting my sister in Edmonton, so I had the house to myself. It was a Friday night, around 9:30 p.m. I remember because I'd just finished a Zoom call with my study group for a midterm we had coming up. I was mentally exhausted from staring at calculus problems for 3 hours straight. My desk was positioned right beside my bedroom window on the second floor. I always kept that window open when I could. I liked the fresh air, especially when I was studying. My room would get stuffy otherwise, and the cool air helped me stay awake. That night was unusually dark, like abnormally dark. We live in a rural area outside Calgary, so there's not much light pollution. But this was different. It was like the darkness had substance to it, the kind of blackness where you can't even see your hand in front of your face. No stars, nothing. Just pitch black outside my window. I remember thinking it was weird, but I didn't give it much thought. I was hungry and needed a break from studying. I decided to go downstairs to make a sandwich and grab some chips. Nothing unusual about that. I left my laptop open, my desk lamp on, and headed downstairs. The house was quiet, just the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the house settling. I made a quick ham sandwich, grabbed a handful of chips, and poured myself some soda. Couldn't have been downstairs for more than 5 minutes. As I started heading back upstairs with my plate, something felt off. I can't really explain it better than that. It was like walking through invisible cobwebs or something. The air felt thicker somehow, and there was this pressure, like when your ears need to pop but won't. I shook it off, thinking I was just tired. When I reached the top of the stairs and started walking toward my bedroom, the feeling got stronger. By the time I reached my bedroom door, my heart was pounding. I had no logical reason to be afraid, but I was. My hand was actually shaking when I turned the doorknob. When I pushed the door open, I froze. I literally couldn't move. My sandwich fell to the floor, but I didn't even care. The moon was right outside my window, and I don't mean the moon was visible through my window. I mean it was right there, like it was hovering just beyond the glass. It filled almost the entire window frame. It was enormous, maybe 10 times bigger than it should have been. And it was so bright, but not in a normal way. The light didn't spread or diffuse like moonlight should. It was contained, focused, like it was being careful not to spill beyond my window. The worst part wasn't even how impossible it was. It was the feeling that came with it. As soon as I opened that door, this overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. It was like being dunked in ice water. And then the thought just appeared in my head, clear as day. But it wasn't my thought. You're not supposed to be here. It wasn't spoken. There was no sound, but I heard it anyway, inside my head. Not in my voice, not in any voice I'd ever heard before. It was cold and ancient and so fucking angry that I was there. I knew immediately that whatever I was seeing wasn't the moon. It was using the moon as a mask or a disguise, but it was something else entirely. Something that didn't want me to see it. Something that was furious that I had caught it, doing whatever it was doing in my room. The message repeated, more forcefully this time. You are not supposed to be here. And then a command, like a spike driven into my brain. Leave. I slammed the door shut. My legs gave out, and I collapsed against the hallway wall, hyperventilating. I couldn't get enough air. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I could feel tears streaming down my face. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 30. Time didn't make sense anymore. Eventually, I managed to calm down enough to think somewhat clearly. Part of me wanted to run outside, get in my car, and drive away as fast as possible. But another part of me needed to know if what I'd seen was still there. I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't going completely insane. I stood up on wobbly legs and approached the door again. My hand hovered over the doorknob for what felt like forever before I finally forced myself to turn it. I pushed the door open just a crack at first, peering through with one eye. My room looked normal. The desk lamp was still on. My laptop screen was still glowing. I opened the door wider and looked toward the window. The moon was back in the sky where it belonged, normal-sized, normal brightness. It was just a crescent moon hanging in the clear night sky, stars twinkling around it like nothing had happened. I stepped into my room cautiously, half expecting something to jump out at me. But everything was exactly as I'd left it, except for one thing. The air in my room was freezing cold, like opening a freezer cold. My breath came out in visible puffs, even though it was probably around 70 degrees in the rest of the house. I went to the window and looked out. Nothing unusual outside, just our backyard, the trees at the edge of our property, and the normal night sky. I slammed the window shut, locked it, and closed the blinds. Then I checked under my bed, in my closet, behind my door. Anywhere something could hide. Nothing. I didn't sleep in my room that night. I grabbed my pillow and blanket and crashed on the couch downstairs with all the lights on. I didn't sleep much anyway. Every noise made me jump. I kept thinking about that message. You're not supposed to be here. What did that mean? Was it talking about me being in my room, in my house, or something deeper, like I wasn't supposed to exist in some fundamental way? The next morning I went back to my room. It seemed totally normal in the daylight. The temperature was back to normal. There was no physical evidence that anything strange had happened. Just my sandwich still on the floor where I'd dropped it. I've tried to rationalize it since then. Maybe I fell asleep at my desk without realizing it and had a vivid nightmare. Maybe it was some weird hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. Maybe there was a gas leak in the house that caused me to see things, but none of those explanations feel right. What I experienced was real. I felt it. And the message was clear. I had seen something I wasn't supposed to see. I had interrupted something. I've told a few people about what happened. My best friend thought I was making it up or exaggerating. My parents suggested I was working too hard and needed more sleep. One girlfriend I had after this happened actually got angry when I told her, like I was trying to scare her on purpose. I even talked to a therapist about it. He suggested it might have been a particularly vivid sleep paralysis episode, even though I wasn't sleeping and could move. Or maybe some kind of stress-induced psychosis. He prescribed some anti-anxiety medication, which I took for a while. It helped with my general nervousness after the incident, but it didn't erase what I saw. Since that night, I keep my windows closed and locked, blinds always shut tight after dark. I've moved my desk to the opposite side of the room. I don't stay up late studying anymore. In fact, I try not to be alone in the house at night if I can help it. The worst part is not knowing what I saw, not knowing why it was in my room, not knowing if it's still out there, watching, waiting for me to slip up again. Sometimes when I look at the moon now, I wonder if it's really the moon I'm seeing, or if it's that thing watching me from behind its disguise. I've spent countless hours researching similar experiences online. I've gone down rabbit holes about interdimensional beings, alien encounters, temporal anomalies, all kinds of paranormal phenomena. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. The closest I've found are some obscure folklore tales about moon deities or spirits that can manipulate perception, but even those don't really capture what happened. One theory I keep coming back to is that maybe I accidentally glimpsed behind some kind of veil that normally hides certain aspects of reality from us. Like I caught a peek at something that's always there but that we're not equipped to perceive. And whatever maintains that veil was not happy about my intrusion. Or maybe it really was something using the moon as a disguise or a way to observe us. Something that doesn't want to be seen for what it really is. Something ancient that's been watching humanity for centuries. I know how this all sounds. Believe me, I do. If someone had told me this story before it happened to me, I would have thought they were nuts or making it up for attention. But I know what I experienced. The absolute terror I felt was real. The message in my head was real. The bone-deep certainty that I was in the presence of something utterly alien and immensely powerful was real. A few times over the past 4 years, I've woken up in the middle of the night with that same feeling of dread, that same pressure in the air. When that happens, I don't look out the window. I don't even look toward the window. I just pull the covers over my head like a kid and wait for morning. I've moved twice since then, even changed cities. But wherever I go, I can't shake the feeling that it knows where I am, that it's still watching me, that one day I'll come home, open my bedroom door, and find it waiting for me again. I don't have any neat resolution to this story, no explanation, no closure. It happened, and it changed me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the shadows, more conscious of the fact that the world might be a much stranger, much more frightening place than most of us realize. Sometimes, especially on particularly dark nights, I catch myself looking up at the moon with a mixture of fear and fascination. Is it just a rock orbiting our planet, or is it something else entirely? A window, a door, a mask worn by something we were never meant to see? I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to know anymore. Some truths aren't meant for us. Some doors aren't meant to be opened. And some nights, when the moon is exceptionally bright and seems to be looking right at me, I can almost hear that message again, echoing in my head. You're not supposed to be here. I never wanted to share this. I've spent months trying to make sense of it, but I can't. Now I'm just hoping someone out there has experienced something similar or can offer an explanation that doesn't sound completely insane. Growing up in rural Australia wasn't easy for me. I was the kid everyone picked on, too small, too quiet, too different. High school was brutal. I dreaded every day, knowing I'd face the usual torment, being shoved into lockers, having my backpack emptied into toilet bowls, or being tripped in the cafeteria while everyone laughed. The teachers either didn't notice or didn't care. One of the few people who was decent to me was a senior named Brad. He wasn't exactly my friend. He was 4 years older and ran with a different crowd, but whenever he saw me getting hassled, he'd step in. "Leave the kid alone," he'd say, and surprisingly, people listened. Brad had that kind of presence. He played rugby, got decent grades, and had this easy confidence I envied. Sometimes he'd nod at me in the hallway or ask how I was doing. Small things, but when you're drowning, even the smallest lifeline matters. In 1988, when I was 14, Brad died. I remember hearing about it at school. A car accident on Morley Road, that dangerous stretch with the blind curve where the council had been promising to install guardrails for years. Brad was 18, just months from graduation. Another boy named Darren was in the car, too. They were both killed instantly when their car went over the embankment. I remember the school assembly. Our principal, Mr. Hastings, with his perpetually sunburnt face and thinning hair, stood at the podium, looking more tired than usual. The whole school was silent, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it might crush you. I didn't cry then. I just sat there feeling numb, while girls around me sobbed into each other's shoulders. There was an inquiry afterward. The government got blamed for negligence, something about improper road maintenance and missing warning signs. It was all over the local papers for weeks. Brad's parents were devastated, obviously. I saw his mom once at the grocery store a few months later. She looked like a ghost, just completely hollowed out. Life moved on. I kept getting bullied. Eventually I graduated and left that town as fast as I could. Fast forward several years, I was in my early 30s, struggling with severe depression. I don't need to get into all the details, but I hit rock bottom. I took an overdose of pills. I survived, obviously, but not without consequences. The doctors said I had permanent amnesia covering roughly 2 years before my coma. My memories from that period are patchy and jumbled. Most days I can't tell what actually happened and what my brain fabricated to fill the gaps. It's like having a book with random pages torn out and replaced with pages from different books. Nothing quite fits together right. About 5 years ago, I was driving through a small town about 200 kilometers from where I grew up, and for some reason, I thought about Brad. It was weird. I hadn't thought about him in decades, but suddenly, there he was in my mind, clear as day. I remembered his shaggy brown hair and that stupid rugby jacket he always wore. I remembered how he'd stick up for me. I got curious and decided to look up the accident. This was when things started getting strange. According to my memory, Brad died in autumn of 1989. I distinctly remembered because it was during my second year of high school, but every news article I found said the accident happened in late 1988. I figured my memory was just off. Not surprising given my medical history. Then I found something else that bothered me. I remembered Brad being taken to Memorial Hospital in what I'll call City A. I'd rather not name real places. But the articles said he'd been rushed to a hospital in Town B, which is about 150 kilometers away from where I grew up. That made no sense. Why would they transport him that far when City A had a perfectly good hospital? I kept digging. According to my memory, Brad was buried in the cemetery in Town A, near our school. I even remembered going there once with flowers, standing awkwardly at his grave because I wasn't sure what to say or do. But according to the official records, Brad was buried in City C, which is nowhere near our hometown. At this point, I chalked it up to my faulty memory. The brain injury from my suicide attempt had clearly scrambled things worse than I thought. I tried to let it go, but it nagged at me. The memories felt so real. A couple of years passed. Then, as Brad's 50th birthday approached, strange that I even remembered the date, I found myself thinking about him again. On impulse, I decided to look up his gravesite online. There are these cemetery databases now where you can locate graves, and I thought it might help me get some closure. What I found made my blood run cold. There were 2 separate listings for Brad's grave. Both had his full name, first, middle, and last. Both had identical birth and death dates, but one listed him as buried in City C, where the news articles said he was, and another showed him buried in Brisbane, nearly 1,000 kilometers away. I stared at my computer screen for what felt like hours. How could one person have 2 graves? I thought maybe it was a database error, or perhaps there were 2 people with the same unusual name. who happened to be born and die on the same dates. Unlikely, but not impossible. I took screenshots and sent them to my cousin Jen, who'd also known Brad from school. She called me immediately. "That's weird as hell, Michael," she said. "I definitely remember him being buried at Town A Cemetery. Mom and I went to the funeral. That matched my memory, but contradicted both listings I'd found online. Now I had 3 potential burial locations. For months, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe his body was moved at some point. Maybe there was a memorial stone in one location and his actual grave in another. Maybe the database was just wrong. I tried calling the cemetery offices, but they couldn't give me any information since I wasn't family. About 6 months later, I met up with a friend from high school who was passing through town. I showed him the screenshots, mostly because I wanted reassurance that I wasn't losing my mind. "That's strange," he said, peering at my phone. "Let me look something up." He pulled out his own phone and navigated to the cemetery database. What we found next defies explanation. The City C grave listing had completely disappeared. In its place was a new listing showing Brad buried in Town D, nearly 800 kilometers from our hometown. The Brisbane listing was still there. "That's not right," my friend said, frowning. "I'm positive he was buried in Town A. My dad and I went to the funeral." "That's what I remember too," I said, "but now there's no record of that at all." We both sat there staring at our phones, trying to make sense of it. How could a grave listing just change? And why were there still 2 different locations? I became obsessed. I started keeping a journal of every change. I checked the database weekly, sometimes daily. For almost a year, nothing changed. Brad still had graves listed in Brisbane and Town D. Then last month, something terrible happened. My nephew's friend died in a motorcycle accident. He was just 19. As my sister and I were discussing funeral arrangements, Brad popped into my mind again. I hadn't checked the database in a while, so when I got home that night, I decided to look. The Brisbane grave listing had disappeared entirely. Now there was just one listing, but it showed Brad's place of death as Sydney, over 1,200 kilometers from where the accident actually happened. I've never once seen any mention of Sydney in any article or record related to Brad's death before this. I immediately took screenshots and called the 3 people who had previously seen the other listings with me: my cousin Jen, my high school friend, and my partner who had been watching over my shoulder during some of my searches. All 3 confirmed they'd seen the previous listings. All 3 were as confused as I was. None of us could explain how official records could just change like that. I've spent hours searching for explanations. Database errors, some kind of elaborate digital glitch, a bizarre coincidence involving multiple people with the same name. None of these explanations hold water when you look at all the details. The records aren't just changing, they're becoming more wrong with each change. Brad never died in Sydney. He died on Morley Road, just outside our hometown. I'm certain of it. Everyone who knew him is certain of it. I've thought about contacting Brad's family, but what would I even say? "Excuse me, I'm a guy your son was kind to 35 years ago, and I think something supernatural is happening with his grave." They'd think I was insane, or worse, that I was trying to cause them pain. So here I am, sharing this with strangers because I don't know what else to do. 3 different recorded places of death, multiple grave locations that appear and disappear, 4 witnesses, including myself, who can't explain it. The rational part of me says there must be a logical explanation. Maybe my amnesia is worse than I thought. Maybe I've somehow influenced the memories of the others through my conviction. Maybe there's some mundane explanation I'm missing because I'm too close to the situation. But then I remember the feeling I had standing at what I thought was Brad's grave all those years ago. The cold autumn air, the crunching of leaves under my feet, the awkwardness of a teenager trying to pay respects to someone who'd shown him kindness. That memory feels so real, so vivid, yet according to every record I can find now, that grave never existed. I check the database nearly every day now, dreading what I might find next. Will Brad's death date change? Will his name change? Will he disappear entirely as if he never existed? The most disturbing thought is this: what if it's not just records changing? What if the past itself is somehow being rewritten? What does that mean for my memories, for reality itself? I don't expect answers. I just needed to get this off my chest. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insights, please share them. I feel like I'm going crazy, like I'm trapped in some bizarre reality where even the dead can't rest in peace. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if Brad's death and burial can change so dramatically in the records. What else about my past might not be as I remember it? What other memories might suddenly become impossible? I still can't explain what happened at my summer barbecue last month. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and nothing makes sense. I'm not the type to believe in paranormal stuff or alternate dimensions or whatever, but this experience has seriously messed with my perception of reality. It was the third weekend in July, and the heat wave we'd been suffering through had finally broken. After weeks of temperatures in the high 90s, we finally had a perfect 82-degree day with a light breeze, exactly what you want for a backyard get-together. I'd been promising my neighbors a barbecue since moving to Riverdale 6 months ago, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity. I spent the morning prepping everything. Nothing fancy, just classic summer barbecue stuff. Burgers, hot dogs, some potato salad I'd made the night before, chips, and a few different dips. I even made these little fruit skewers that turned out pretty cute. My backyard isn't huge, but it's nicely set up with a patio, a decent grill, and enough space for people to spread out. While I was setting up, my next-door neighbor Jen stopped by to see if I needed help. She and her husband Mike have been super welcoming since I moved in. As I was arranging the food table, she asked if I was making a salad too. I remember specifically telling her I was going to make a green salad, but honestly with this heat, it'll just wilt before anyone eats it. Even though it wasn't insanely hot anymore, leafy greens sitting outside for hours didn't seem like a great idea. Jen agreed and helped me put ice under the potato salad bowl instead. People started arriving around 5 p.m. It was a small gathering, just my immediate neighbors. The Millers from across the street, Jen and Mike from next door, the older couple from 2 doors down, the Hendersons, and my friend Rachel, who drove in from the city. 8 people total, including me. Everything was going great. We were all eating, chatting, getting to know each other better. Mike kept us laughing with stories about his job as a high school teacher. Mrs. Henderson brought her famous brownies that everyone raved about. It was exactly the kind of neighborhood gathering I'd hoped for when I bought this house. As the sun started to set, I suggested we play cornhole. I have this custom set my brother made me when I moved in. It's got these cool LED lights around the edges of the boards and inside the holes so you can play in the dark. Everyone was into it, so I set the boards up about 25 feet apart on the lawn. The beanbags that came with my set are pretty neat too. Half of them are pink with LED lights inside, and half are green with the same lights. We split into teams. Jen, Mike, and I against Rachel and the Hendersons. The Millers decided to just watch since Mr. Miller had thrown his back out the week before. We played for maybe 30 minutes, and I was on fire. I've never been particularly good at cornhole, but something clicked that night. I was landing bag after bag, either on the board or straight in the hole. Everyone kept joking that I must have been practicing in secret. The decisive moment came when I was up. We were tied 18-18, and I needed to sink one bag to win. I remember the moment so clearly because I was pretty proud of myself. I took my time, lined up my shot with a pink bag, and let it fly. It arced perfectly and dropped straight into the hole. The pink glow was visible through the opening at the bottom of the board. Everyone cheered, high-fived, and we decided that was enough competition for the night. As we were picking up the bags to put them away, that's when the first weird thing happened. We couldn't find one of the pink bags. There should have been 4 pink and 4 green, but we only had 3 pink ones. I distinctly remembered sinking that last pink bag. We all saw it go through the hole, but it wasn't in the catch area under the board. It wasn't anywhere. At first, we just casually looked around the immediate area, thinking maybe someone had already picked it up and set it down somewhere else. When we couldn't find it, the search became more thorough. I checked under the board, under the patio furniture, in the grass around the playing area. Nothing. Maybe it rolled under the bushes, Rachel suggested, getting down on her hands and knees to check the hedge that runs along the back fence. Nothing there either. We literally searched my entire backyard. It's not that big, maybe 30 by 40 feet total. We even checked the neighbors' yards in case it had somehow been thrown way off course earlier in the game. Mike even emptied out the trash can to see if someone had accidentally thrown it away. The bag had completely vanished. It made 0 sense. We all saw it go into the hole. There was nowhere it could have gone. Eventually, I just said, "Well, I guess that's one of life's little mysteries." And we moved on, but it was definitely weird. As everyone was finishing their drinks and starting to wind down, I began clearing some of the plates and cups from the food table. That's when I noticed the second strange thing, a bowl of green salad sitting in the center of the table. It was in my salad bowl, a white ceramic one with a blue rim that I'd bought as part of a set when I moved in. The salad looked fresh, mixed greens, cherry tomatoes, cucumber, with what looked like a balsamic vinaigrette. I stopped and stared at it for a moment, feeling genuinely confused. I knew for a fact I hadn't made a salad. I specifically remembered telling Jen I wasn't going to make one because of the heat. I casually asked the group, "Hey, did someone bring this salad?" thinking maybe one of my guests had brought it as a contribution and I'd somehow missed it when they arrived. Everyone denied bringing it. Jen even said, "I thought you weren't making salad because of the heat," which confirmed I hadn't imagined our earlier conversation. "Yeah, that's right," I replied, trying to keep my voice casual while feeling increasingly unsettled. "That's why I'm confused about where this came from." We all stood around the table, looking at this mystery salad in my bowl. No one had noticed it during the party, or at least no one mentioned noticing it. The Hendersons suggested maybe one of the neighbors who couldn't make it had dropped it off without saying anything, but that didn't make sense either. I would have seen someone come into my backyard. After a few minutes of confused discussion, people started making jokes about salad fairies and cornhole ghosts, but I could tell everyone was a little weirded out. Shortly after, people started heading home. I think the strange events had put a slight damper on the evening's mood. Rachel was staying over, so she helped me clean up after everyone left. As she was washing dishes, she held up the salad bowl and asked, "So whose bowl is this again?" "It's mine," I said, still puzzled by the whole thing. "I bought it when I moved in. Are you sure you didn't make the salad and just forgot about it? She suggested. You've been running around all day getting ready for this. For a second, I actually considered this. Had I made a salad and completely forgotten? It seemed impossible, but was it more impossible than a salad materializing out of nowhere? Let me check something, I said, going to the cabinet where I keep my bowls. I opened it and felt my stomach drop. There, sitting on the shelf, was an identical white ceramic bowl with a blue rim. It even had the same tiny piece of price sticker on the bottom that wouldn't scrub off no matter how hard I tried. I called Rachel over. Look at this, I said, showing her the bowl in the cabinet and the one in her hands. They're the same bowl. This set only came with one of these. She compared them side by side. They were identical down to the smallest detail. The same size, same pattern, same manufacturer's mark on the bottom, same stubborn price sticker residue. That's weird, she said, clearly not knowing what else to say. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had bought 2 sets and forgotten. But I knew that wasn't the case. I remembered unpacking these dishes when I moved in. There was just one bowl of this size in this pattern. And then there was the missing cornhole bag. A bright pink, LED-lit bean bag doesn't just disappear into thin air. We had thoroughly searched every inch of my backyard. Rachel stayed up with me until about 1 a.m., both of us trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe someone was playing a prank, but who and how? Even if someone had snuck a salad onto my table somehow, how did they get an exact duplicate of my bowl? And where did the cornhole bag go? After Rachel went to bed, I sat alone in my kitchen staring at the 2 identical bowls. I even got out the remaining cornhole bags and counted them again. Still only 3 pink ones. It's been 3 weeks now, and I still have no explanation. I've asked all my neighbors if they know anything, but they seem just as confused as I am. I've checked the security camera on my front porch, but it doesn't show anyone coming to my door with a salad that day. The duplicate bowl is still in my cabinet alongside the original. Sometimes I take them both out and place them side by side just to confirm I'm not imagining things. The missing cornhole bag never turned up, despite several more thorough searches of my yard. I know this probably sounds ridiculous. Before this happened, if someone told me this story, I'd assume they were exaggerating or missing some obvious explanation. But I know what I saw. We all saw the pink bag go into the hole, and then it was gone. The salad appeared in my bowl, and now I have 2 identical bowls. I've researched similar experiences online, and there are all these terms people use: glitch in the matrix, reality shifts, parallel dimensions bleeding together. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that something impossible happened in my backyard that night, and I can't explain it. I haven't hosted another gathering since then. Every time I look at my cornhole set or those bowls, I get this uneasy feeling, like the rules of reality I've always taken for granted aren't as solid as I thought. How can I be sure of anything if objects can appear and disappear without explanation? I still live in the same house, still see the same neighbors, but something fundamental has changed in how I see the world. If this impossible thing happened, what else might be possible? And why did it happen at my barbecue, of all places? I don't expect anyone to have answers. I just needed to share this with people who might understand how unsettling it is to experience something that defies explanation. I'm not saying it was supernatural or paranormal or whatever. I'm just saying it happened, and I don't know how. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last week. I've always prided myself on being a rational person. I work in finance, for crying out loud. My whole career is based on logic and evidence. But what happened with my son's backpack has completely shattered my understanding of reality. And I need to get this off my chest. Last Thursday was a teacher planning day, so my son Jake, he's 11, didn't have school. My ex has been traveling for work, so Jake was staying with me for the week. Usually he'd go to his friend's house on days off, but his friend was sick, and my regular sitter wasn't available. I decided to bring him to the office with me. Not ideal, but my boss is pretty understanding about these things, especially since I rarely take time off. That morning was pretty typical. Jake woke up and got dressed while I made breakfast. He packed his backpack with snacks, his Nintendo Switch, some comics, and his phone. I specifically remember checking that he had his phone charger because the battery on that thing dies so quickly, and I didn't want to hear him complaining about it all day. It was this blue JanSport backpack. Nothing fancy, but he's had it since the beginning of the school year. We left the house around 7:30. I distinctly remember locking the front door, checking it twice like I always do. It's just the two of us in the house, and I'm pretty paranoid about security. We took my car to the office, and Jake had his backpack on his lap during the drive. He was playing some game on his phone most of the way. When we got to my office building downtown, I introduced Jake to my coworkers. Everyone was super nice to him, telling him how much he looked like me. Poor kid. My office was decorated for Halloween with fake cobwebs and those little pumpkins everywhere. The company was hosting trick-or-treating for employees' kids later that afternoon, so there was a festive atmosphere. I set Jake up at an empty desk near mine with the office's spare laptop for him to watch YouTube and play games. I remember him taking off his jacket, hanging it on the chair, and putting his backpack right next to him on the floor. He immediately dug into it to get his phone charger because, of course, his battery was already at 20%. I saw him plug it in at the desk. Throughout the morning, Jake stayed pretty quiet. My coworker Lisa brought him some hot chocolate from the break room. Around noon, we went to the cafeteria for lunch. Jake definitely had his backpack then, because he got some chips and a candy bar out of it that he'd packed. After lunch, he went back to the desk while I had a meeting with some clients. When I got back from my meeting around 2:30, Jake was still at the desk, watching something on the laptop with his earbuds in. I noticed he was texting on his phone, probably to his friend Tyler, who had stayed home sick. I had to take another quick call, so I stepped away for maybe 20 minutes. This is where things get weird. When I came back around 3:15, Jake looked upset. He said he couldn't find his backpack. At first, I thought he was just being careless. You know how kids are. I looked under the desk, behind the chair, even in nearby cubicles. Nothing. I asked if he'd taken it to the bathroom or break room, but he insisted he hadn't moved it since lunch. By this point, the office was getting busier because the Halloween event was starting. There were kids in costumes running around, and employees were setting up candy stations at their desks. I pulled Jake aside and asked him again about the backpack, trying not to panic. His phone was also gone since it had been in the backpack when he wasn't using it. "It was right here, Dad," he kept saying, pointing to the spot beside the desk. "I swear I didn't move it." I started asking my coworkers if they'd seen it. My cubicle neighbor Kevin confirmed he'd definitely seen the blue backpack earlier that day. So did Lisa and my supervisor Mark. Everyone remembered seeing it, but nobody had noticed when it disappeared. By 4, I was legitimately worried. There were dozens of unfamiliar people in the office for the Halloween event. Anyone could have grabbed it thinking it was their kids, Or worse, someone could have deliberately stolen it. Jake was on the verge of tears, not just because of the backpack itself, but because his phone and switch were in there. I went to security and reported it missing. They promised to check the cameras, but warned me it might take until tomorrow given how busy they were with the event. I filed a report with all the details. Blue JanSport backpack containing a black iPhone 12 in a red case, Nintendo Switch with blue and red Joy-Cons, chargers, snacks, and comics. By 5:30, the Halloween event was winding down, and I decided to call it a day. Jake was upset, and I was frustrated and angry. I couldn't understand how a backpack could just vanish in a secure office building. I told Jake we'd figure it out tomorrow and maybe even get him a new phone if necessary. The drive home was quiet. Jake stared out the window while I mentally calculated how much replacing everything would cost. I was also dreading telling my ex about this. She'd probably see it as proof that I couldn't handle basic parenting responsibilities. We pulled into our driveway around 6:15. I remember checking the mail, then unlocking the front door. Jake went in first while I sorted through some bills. I heard him call out from inside, "Dad! Dad!" Something in his voice made my heart skip. He sounded scared and confused. I rushed inside thinking maybe we were being robbed or something worse. Jake was standing in the doorway to his bedroom, pointing inside. It's here." I looked past him, and there, sitting in the middle of his bed, was the blue backpack. For a second, I couldn't process what I was seeing. It literally didn't compute in my brain. The backpack we'd spent hours looking for at the office, the one that had definitely been with us downtown all day, was somehow on Jake's bed in our locked house, 15 miles away. "Did you have two backpacks?" I asked, knowing it was a stupid question. Jake shook his head, looking as freaked out as I felt. "No, it's the same one. Look." He approached it cautiously, like it might bite him, then unzipped it. Inside was everything: his Switch, comics, the remaining snacks, and his phone. The same phone I had watched him using at the office just hours earlier. My first thought was that someone was messing with us, that someone had broken into our house to return a stolen backpack. It made no sense. I checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked, just as we'd left it that morning. Nothing else in the house was disturbed. "Maybe Mom came by?" Jake suggested, but I knew that wasn't possible. She was 3 states away at a conference. I picked up his phone with shaking hands. The battery was at 42%, higher than when I'd last seen him using it at the office, which meant it had continued charging somewhere. I checked his text messages. Yes, I sometimes monitor his phone. Sue me. There were the texts he'd sent to Tyler from the office earlier that day. 2:47 p.m. So bored at Dad's work. 2:48 p.m. from Tyler. Lucky I'm puking. 2:49 p.m. Gross. There's candy everywhere here. Those 2:50 p.m. from Tyler. Save me some. Jake had definitely been using this exact phone at the office. Multiple people had seen the backpack there. Yet somehow, it had beaten us home. I checked his phone's location history, thinking it might give us some clues. According to Google Timeline, the phone had been at my office building until 3:12 p.m., and then the next location ping was at our house at 3:17 p.m. That's physically impossible. It's a 25-minute drive at minimum, often closer to 40 with traffic. I called my coworker Kevin, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hey, weird question, but when's the last time you remember seeing Jake's blue backpack today?" Probably around 3? He definitely had it after lunch because I saw him get something out of it. "Why? Did you find it?" I mumbled something about, "Yes, we found it. Thanks," and hung up before he could ask more questions. Jake and I just stood there staring at the backpack. Neither of us wanted to touch it anymore. "Dad, how did it get here?" he asked in a small voice. I had no answer, none that made sense anyway. That night, I barely slept. I kept getting up to check that the backpack was still there, half hoping it would disappear again so I could write the whole thing off as a stress-induced hallucination. But it remained stubbornly present, sitting on Jake's desk where he'd reluctantly placed it. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face my co-workers while trying to process what had happened. I contacted building security and casually asked if they'd reviewed the footage yet. They said they had. The cameras showed Jake with his backpack in the morning, and then around 3:15 p.m., the backpack simply wasn't there anymore. No one had approached it. No one had taken it. It just wasn't visible in any subsequent footage. It's been a week now, and I still can't explain what happened. I've gone over every possible explanation. 1. Did Jake secretly have 2 identical backpacks? No, I'm the one who bought it. 2. Did someone break into our house to return a stolen backpack? The alarm system shows no entries between our leaving in the morning and returning that evening. 3. Did Jake or I have some kind of shared delusion? The text messages, location data, and security footage all confirmed the backpack was at the office. 4. Did someone at the office play an elaborate prank? How would they have gotten into our locked house? Nothing adds up. Nothing makes sense. Jake seems to have bounced back faster than me. Kids are resilient, I guess. He's using the backpack again, though he did ask if we could get a new one soon. I'm not sure I want that thing in our house anymore, but I also don't know what to do with it. Burn it? That seems extreme, but I get anxious every time I see it. I've always been the skeptical type. I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal or any of that stuff. But what happened with that backpack has shaken me to my core. There's simply no logical explanation for how an object could transport itself across town in minutes through locked doors with no human intervention. Sometimes I wake up at night in a cold sweat, wondering what else might be possible if the basic rules of reality I've trusted my whole life can just break. What does it mean? Was it a glitch in whatever system we're living in? A one-time tear in the fabric of space? Or is something actively messing with us? I don't know who to talk to about this. I can't tell my friends or family without sounding completely insane. I can't tell a therapist without risking being diagnosed with something. So I'm telling you, internet strangers, the backpack is in my son's room right now. All I know is that a week ago, it did something impossible, and I don't think I'll ever feel completely safe or certain about anything again. I'm still trying to convince myself there's a logical explanation for what happened 10 years ago, but nothing ever adds up. Sleep deprivation, stress, or shared hallucination. I've gone through all the possibilities. But I know what happened that night on the San Mateo Bridge, and it still scares the hell out of me. It was a Friday in October 2013. My roommate Jake and I were living in a tiny apartment in the Mission District in San Francisco. We both worked tech jobs, me at a startup that doesn't exist anymore, him doing some kind of database work. Normal 20-something guys just trying to survive in the most expensive city in America. That night, our friend Mike had invited us to catch a late showing of some horror movie at the theater in Hayward. I don't even remember what movie it was now. Something with demons or ghosts. What happened after was way scarier than anything they could put on screen. I'd made the drive from San Francisco to Hayward dozens, maybe hundreds of times. The San Mateo Bridge was practically my second home at that point. 7 miles long, crossing right over the bay. I could practically drive it with my eyes closed. 20 minutes tops, even with traffic. Jake offered to drive that night. His Corolla wasn't fancy, but it was reliable. We met Mike at the theater, watched the movie, grabbed some fast food after, and headed back toward San Francisco around 11:45 p.m. The night was clear but cool, typical Bay Area fall weather. Not many cars on the road that late. We were both in good moods talking about the movie, nothing unusual. Jake drove onto the bridge approach, and I relaxed in the passenger seat, fiddling with the radio until I found some late-night talk show. The bridge has this distinct feeling when you're on it. You can feel the slight rise as you go up, then that long, flat stretch across the water where you can see the lights of the cities reflecting on the bay on either side. It's actually kind of beautiful at night when you can see all the lights scattered across the darkness. We were maybe 10 minutes into the drive across when I started getting this weird feeling. I can't really explain it. Like that sensation when you're drifting off to sleep but suddenly jerk awake. Except I wasn't tired. I looked out the window and saw the same endless stretch of bridge ahead of us, those evenly spaced lights along the barrier passing by. The water on both sides looked like black glass. Nothing seemed wrong exactly, but something felt off. I glanced at Jake. He was focused on the road, both hands on the wheel. I figured the weird feeling would pass, so I just leaned back and closed my eyes for a moment. When I opened them again, we were still on the bridge. I straightened up in my seat. We should have been at least halfway across by now, maybe more. I checked the dashboard clock, 12:24 a.m. That seemed about right for how long we'd been driving, but we were still very much on the bridge. "Hey, does it seem like we've been on this bridge a long time?" I asked Jake, trying to keep my voice casual. He didn't answer right away, which was strange for him. Finally he said, "Yeah, I was just thinking that. Seems like we should be off by now." That's when the first real spike of unease hit me. Jake knew this route as well as I did. If he was noticing it too, something was definitely wrong. "Maybe there's construction or something slowing us down," I suggested, even though I could see the empty road ahead of us. We weren't stuck in traffic. We were moving at a steady 55 mph. "No construction," Jake said, "and we're not going in circles. I've been watching the mile markers." I hadn't even thought of that possibility until he mentioned it. Could we somehow be driving in circles? But that was impossible on a straight bridge. "Let's just keep going. We'll be off soon," I said, more to reassure myself than anything. I turned up the radio to distract us. Some caller was talking about conspiracy theories, something about government experiments with time. The irony of that didn't hit me until much later. We kept driving. The bridge just kept stretching out in front of us. The lights of Foster City, which should have been getting closer, seemed just as far away as when we started. I kept thinking we'd see the hill that marks the end of the bridge any minute, but it never appeared. Eventually, I couldn't ignore it anymore. "Jake, this isn't right. We should have been across 20 minutes ago." That's when he slowed down a little and looked at me, his face weirdly lit by the dashboard lights. "Cam, I swear to God," I was about to say the same thing. "Something's wrong." I reached over and turned off the radio. The sudden silence was jarring. That's when I saw the clock on the dashboard, 1:28 a.m. My stomach dropped. "That can't be right," I said, pointing at the clock. Jake looked at it and immediately pulled out his phone. "What the fuck?" he whispered. His phone showed the same time. We'd been on the bridge for over an hour, on a bridge that takes 20 minutes to cross, max. "Check the GPS," I said, my voice higher than normal. Jake handed me his phone, and I pulled up the map app. According to GPS, We were right in the middle of the San Mateo Bridge, moving at normal speed toward San Francisco. Everything looked normal on the screen, but everything felt wrong in reality. "Maybe the clock is wrong," Jake suggested, but I could hear the fear in his voice. He knew as well as I did that both the car clock and his phone couldn't be wrong in exactly the same way. I looked out at the water again. It was so dark, so still, no boats, no lights reflecting on it except from the bridge itself. It didn't even look like water anymore, more like a vast emptiness surrounding us. "Just keep driving," I said. "Don't stop. We have to get off this bridge." "What if it never ends?" Jake asked, and I'll never forget the genuine terror in his voice. Jake wasn't the type to get scared easily. "It has to end," I said firmly, even though I was starting to wonder the same thing. We fell silent then, both of us staring straight ahead at the road. The only sound was the hum of the tires on the pavement and Jake's increasingly heavy breathing. The car felt smaller somehow, like the darkness outside was pressing in on us. I started counting the lights as we passed them, trying to get some sense of progress. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got to about 30 before I realized it wasn't helping. I couldn't be sure we weren't passing the same lights over and over. "We should see other cars," I said suddenly. "Where are all the other cars?" There had been a few when we first got on the bridge, but I couldn't remember seeing any for a while now. "I don't know," Jake said. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I turned around to look behind us. The bridge stretched back into darkness, empty. No headlights, no taillights, just us. That's when Jake suddenly hit the gas. The Corolla lurched forward, speedometer climbing rapidly. 65, 70, 75. "What are you doing?" I asked, grabbing the door handle. "Getting us off this fucking bridge," he said through gritted teeth. "Something's wrong, really wrong." I wanted to tell him to slow down, but part of me agreed with him. We needed to get off the bridge. Now. The speedometer hit 85, then 90. The car was shaking slightly at that speed, but Jake kept his eyes locked on the road ahead. I kept expecting to see flashing lights behind us, cops pulling us over for speeding, but there was nothing but darkness in the rearview mirror. And then I saw it, the slight incline, the hill that marks the end of the bridge. "There!" I shouted, pointing ahead. "That's the end! I can see it!" Jake didn't slow down. If anything, he pushed the car harder. The bridge was ending. Foster City was just ahead. We were going to make it. The moment we hit the incline, something changed. It felt like driving through a wall of static electricity. My ears popped. The radio suddenly turned itself back on, loud static that made both of us jump. I reached over and turned it off again, heart pounding. We crested the hill and suddenly there were streetlights, buildings, other cars. We were off the bridge. Jake was still driving like we were being chased, weaving between the few cars on the road, running through yellow lights. I didn't tell him to slow down. I wanted to get as far from that bridge as possible. It wasn't until we got back to our apartment that we really processed what had happened. We sat in the parked car for a long time, neither of us wanting to be the first to speak. Finally, Jake said, "We were on that bridge for an hour and a half." "I know," I replied. "That's impossible." "I know." We checked the time again, 2:17 a.m. We'd left Hayward at 11:45 p.m. Even with the insane speed Jake drove after we got off the bridge, the math didn't add up. We'd lost time somewhere. We went inside and immediately checked our phones. No missed calls, no texts asking where we were. To the rest of the world, nothing unusual had happened. We stayed up the rest of the night, too wired to sleep, trying to make sense of it. Were we trapped in some kind of loop? Did the bridge somehow stretch itself out? Did we experience some weird time slip? We were both completely sober. Neither of us did drugs. We'd had the same experience. There had to be an explanation. Over the next few days, we tried to research if anyone else had experienced something similar on the San Mateo Bridge. We found nothing concrete, just a few vague forum posts about people feeling uneasy while crossing at night or thinking the bridge seemed longer than it should be. We checked news reports to see if there had been any strange phenomena reported that night, unusual weather, power outages, anything. Nothing. About a week later, we decided to test it. We drove back to Hayward during the day, then returned across the bridge at the exact same time of night. Nothing happened. The bridge took exactly 18 minutes to cross. Everything was normal. Jake moved out a month later. He said it was because he found a better place closer to work, but I knew it was because of what happened that night. We'd both been changed by it, but he couldn't handle being reminded of it every time he saw me. I've crossed that bridge many times since then, always with that tight feeling in my chest, that fear that it might happen again. It never has. 10 years later, I still don't have an explanation. I've read about time slips and dimensional shifts, but none of the theories quite fit what we experienced. All I know is that for over an hour, Jake and I were somewhere else, not quite in this world, trapped on a bridge that wouldn't end. Sometimes I dream about it. In the dreams, we never make it off. The bridge just keeps going forever, stretching across an endless black sea, and I wake up with my heart pounding and the absolute certainty that if we hadn't realized something was wrong, we'd still be there, driving across that bridge forever. I've never been back on that bridge after dark. I'll take the long way around the bay if I have to. Some things you just don't mess with twice. I still don't have an explanation for what happened 6 months ago, and honestly, I'm not sure I want one. It was mid-April 2020, right in the middle of those first intense COVID lockdowns. Like most people, I was working from home by then. I had converted a corner of my bedroom into a makeshift office, just my laptop, a chair I stole from the dining room, and all the snacks I could fit in my desk drawer. I was living with my parents at the time since I'd moved back home after college to save money before the pandemic hit. Talk about timing, right? Our routine was pretty set by then. I'd work from 9 to 5, my parents would come home around 6 p.m., and we'd have dinner together, every day like clockwork. After being stuck in the house for weeks, I started noticing all these little details about their arrival that I'd never paid attention to before. First, the distinct sound of our garage door, that horrible grinding noise that Dad kept promising to fix. Then their car pulling in, my mom's Toyota Camry, with that weird little sputter when the engine turned off. A minute later, the jingle of keys. My dad has this ridiculous keychain with like 30 keys on it, the front door opening, and their voices as they came through the door. That particular day, April 14th, I'll never forget it, was totally normal, boring even. I finished work a little early and went downstairs to make some tea in the kitchen. I was leaning against the counter scrolling through my phone, waiting for the kettle to boil when I heard it. The garage door grinding open. I glanced at the clock on the microwave, 5:58 p.m., right on time. I didn't think anything of it. The kettle started to whistle, and I poured my tea, half listening to the familiar sounds of my parents coming home, the car pulling in, the engine cutting off with that distinctive sputter. Then I heard my dad's voice, muffled through the garage door. "Did you call her today?" My mom's response, "Yes, she sounded better. The doctor said her blood pressure is finally stabilizing." They were talking about my grandmother. She'd been having health issues that spring, and Mom was checking in on her daily since we couldn't visit because of COVID. I stayed in the kitchen, absently stirring my tea, waiting for them to come in. I heard the key in the lock, the familiar jangling of Dad's ridiculous keychain, and the sound of the door opening. "Isabel?" my mom called out, her voice clear as day. I started to respond, "In the kitchen," but stopped halfway through. Something felt off. The kitchen opens directly into our entryway, and I should have been able to see them by now, but the doorway remained empty. "Mom?" I called out. Silence. I put my mug down and walked toward the entryway, empty. I checked the front door, locked, with the deadbolt still in place from the inside. I felt this weird chill down my spine as I walked to the garage door and opened it. The garage was empty. No car, no parents. I stood there for a solid minute, trying to process what was happening. Had I imagined the whole thing? But it was so clear. The sounds, the voices, even what they were saying about Grandma. I checked my phone 6:04 p.m. They should definitely be home by now. I tried calling my mom, but it went straight to voicemail. Same with my dad. The house felt suddenly huge and empty around me, and I had this feeling of being watched that I couldn't shake. I did a complete walkthrough of the house, upstairs, downstairs, checking closets, looking behind doors. Nothing, nobody. I even checked the basement, which I never go into because it creeps me out. Just cobwebs and old Christmas decorations. By the time I got back upstairs, I was actually shaking. I knew what I heard. It wasn't some vague sound I misinterpreted. I heard the specific sequence of my parents coming home, their voices, their exact words about my grandmother. At 6:28 p.m., I heard the garage door open again. Same grinding noise, same car pulling in, same engine sputter. I froze in the living room, not wanting to go check, not wanting to find another empty garage. Then I heard my dad's voice. "Did you call her today?" My mom's response was exactly, and I mean exactly, what I'd heard earlier. Yes, she sounded better. The doctor said her blood pressure is finally stabilizing. Identical, word for word, same intonation. This time, I ran to the garage door and yanked it open before they could come in. My parents were standing there looking startled by my sudden appearance. "Isabel, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," my mom said, concerned. I couldn't even form words at first. They pushed past me into the house and I finally blurted out, "You were already here. Half an hour ago. I heard you come in. I heard your conversation about Grandma." They exchanged that look parents give when they think you're being dramatic. "Honey, we're just getting home now," my mom said gently. "We got stuck in traffic near the interstate. Construction backed everything up." "But I heard you," I insisted. "You said Grandma's blood pressure was stabilizing." Those exact words. My dad put his hand on my shoulder. "Isabel, we were quite literally sitting in traffic until about 10 minutes ago. Look." He showed me his phone with the navigation app still open, showing the traffic delay. My mom's face had gone from concerned to worried. "Are you feeling okay? Maybe you're working too hard." "I'm not crazy," I said, my voice catching. "I heard you both. I heard the car, the keys, everything." "Maybe it was the neighbors," my dad suggested. "Sound carries weirdly sometimes. But our neighbors don't have a garage, and they definitely don't have keys to our house or conversations about my grandmother's blood pressure." My parents tried to brush it off. They suggested I was stressed from the lockdown, that maybe I'd dozed off and dreamed it, that I'd been watching too many horror movies on Netflix, which fair, I had been binging The Haunting of Hill House. But I know what I heard. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying it in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation. The next morning, I asked my dad about their conversation in the garage. "What were you and Mom talking about when you got home yesterday?" He thought for a moment. "We were talking about your grandmother. Your mom had called her doctor for an update." I felt sick. And what did the doctor say? That her blood pressure was finally stabilizing. Over the next few days, I convinced myself it was stress, or an auditory hallucination, or some weird COVID symptom nobody was talking about, anything but what it felt like. That for 30 minutes, something or someone had perfectly mimicked my parents, their car, their voices, their conversations. A week passed, and things went back to normal. Sort of. I still found myself tensing up around 6 p.m. every day, waiting to see if it would happen again. It didn't, until it did. It was a Tuesday, almost 2 weeks after the first incident. I was in my room working when I heard my mom call me from downstairs. "Isabel, can you come help me with these groceries?" I froze. It was 2:30 p.m. My mom was at work. She wouldn't be home for hours. I didn't answer. I didn't move. "Isabel," her voice again, impatient now. "I need help." I grabbed my phone and called my mom's cell. She answered after 2 rings. "Hi, sweetie. What's up?" "Where are you right now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "At work, of course. In the middle of a Zoom meeting, actually. Everything okay?" I hung up without answering and locked my bedroom door. The voice called my name twice more, then went silent. I told my parents about this second incident when they actually came home. This time they were more concerned. My dad suggested we install security cameras inside and outside the house. My mom wondered if someone could be breaking in somehow. The cameras went up the next day, one in the entryway, one in the kitchen, one facing the garage door, and 2 outside. If something was happening, we'd catch it. But the cameras never showed anything unusual. The phantom arrivals stopped happening, at least when I was alone. Instead, new things started. Sometimes, I'd be sitting in the living room with my parents, and I'd hear one of them call me from upstairs. When I'd mention it, they'd look at me strangely and insist they hadn't said anything. Other times, I'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs, or cabinet doors closing in the kitchen when no one was in there. My parents started to worry about my mental health. They suggested therapy, which I agreed to. The therapist diagnosed it as anxiety manifesting as auditory hallucinations, triggered by the stress of the pandemic and isolation. She prescribed anti-anxiety medication. I took it. It didn't help. 6 months later, I still hear things. Not every day, but often enough that I'm never completely comfortable in my own house. The worst part is, I've started to question my own sanity. Did I really hear what I think I heard that first time? Was it all in my head? But I know what I heard. I know it was real. The conversation about my grandmother's blood pressure was too specific, too exact to be a coincidence or a hallucination. Last week, I was home alone again. My parents were out having dinner with friends, their first social outing since being vaccinated. I was in the kitchen making pasta when I heard the garage door opening. My entire body went cold. I checked my phone, 7:36 p.m. My parents wouldn't be home for hours. This time, I didn't investigate. I didn't call out. I grabbed my keys and my phone and left through the front door. I sat in my car in the driveway, with the doors locked, calling my parents repeatedly until they finally answered and confirmed they were still at the restaurant. I didn't go back inside until they came home. I've tried researching this phenomenon. The closest thing I can find is something called varduger in Norwegian folklore, a phantom predecessor that performs actions before the actual person arrives and does the same thing. Or maybe it's a time slip, a glimpse into a parallel dimension where time runs differently. Or maybe I am losing my mind. All I know is that I've never felt the same in my own house after what happened. I'm moving out next month, found a small apartment across town. My parents think it's because I want independence, and that's partly true. But mostly, I can't stand waiting for 6 p.m. anymore, tensing up every time I hear the garage door open, never knowing if the voices I hear belong to my actual parents or whatever else might be pretending to be them. Sometimes I wonder if I had walked into the entryway faster that first time, would I have seen them? And if I had, would they have looked like my parents? And what if they hadn't? I still can't fully explain what happened in my kitchen 3 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, Googling similar experiences, reading about quantum physics and reality glitches, anything that might help me understand. But nothing does. I'm sharing this now because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It was a Tuesday afternoon, nothing special about the day. I work from home as a graphic designer, and my 9-year-old son Tyler had just gotten back from school. The weather was gloomy, raining on and off all day, which is pretty typical for April in Lakewood. Our house is nothing fancy, a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet suburb where nothing ever happens. At least that's what I thought. Tyler was doing homework at the kitchen table while I made a quick snack for him, just some apple slices and peanut butter. I remember every detail of this so clearly because I've replayed it in my head about 1,000 times since then. I accidentally knocked over Tyler's cup of chocolate milk. It wasn't a big deal, just a brown puddle spreading across the white tile floor. Tyler barely looked up from his math worksheet when I cursed under my breath. I grabbed the roll of kitchen wipes from the counter and knelt down to clean it up. The spill wasn't that big, maybe the size of a dinner plate. I pulled out 3 or 4 wipes and started sopping up the milk. The floor in our kitchen is this off-white ceramic tile that shows every little mark, so I was being thorough, making sure I got it all. I remember the coolness of the floor through my jeans as I knelt there. The faint smell of the chocolate milk mixed with the lemony scent of the cleaning wipes. I wiped up the spill completely. I'm absolutely certain of this. The floor was clean, maybe a bit damp from the wipes, but there was no more chocolate milk on it. I distinctly remember thinking I should wipe once more with a fresh wipe just to make sure the floor wasn't sticky. That's when it happened. As I reached for a new wipe, suddenly the spill was back. Not just a little bit of it. The entire puddle of chocolate milk was there again, exactly as it had been before I started cleaning. It was as if I had never wiped it up at all. The puddle was spread out in the exact same pattern as before, with the same little splatter marks around the edges. I physically jerked backward, falling from my kneeling position onto my butt. I remember the shock of it, that sudden feeling of, this isn't possible, flooding through me. My heart started racing immediately. It felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my spine. "Tyler?" I said, my voice coming out weird and tight. "Did you see that?" Tyler looked up from his homework, his expression confused. "See what, Mom?" "The spill. Did you see me clean it up just now?" He looked at the puddle of milk on the floor, then back at me with a strange expression. "You started to," he said slowly, "but you didn't finish." The way he said it sent chills through me. There was something off about his voice, something hesitant and confused. "What do you mean I didn't finish?" "I cleaned the whole thing, Tyler. I was about to wipe it one more time and then suddenly it was back." Tyler put his pencil down. His face had gone pale, which made the freckles across his nose stand out more. Mom, it's weird. I was watching you and then I felt frozen. Frozen? What do you mean frozen? He struggled to find the words. Like I couldn't move for a second. Or think. Like everything just stopped. And then it started again, and you were still cleaning the same spill. I felt sick to my stomach. I've never been one for supernatural stuff or conspiracy theories. I'm pretty practical. I like explanations that make sense, but there was no logical explanation for what had just happened. Tyler, I cleaned that entire spill. The floor was completely clean, and then it just reappeared. We both stared at the puddle of chocolate milk on the floor. It sat there, completely ordinary, like it was mocking us. Maybe you just thought you cleaned it all? Tyler suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. I shook my head. No, I know what I saw. With shaking hands, I cleaned up the spill again. This time it stayed cleaned. But something felt different in the kitchen. The air felt heavier somehow, like the atmosphere itself had changed. I remember looking at the clock on the microwave, 3:42 p.m. For some reason, that detail burned itself into my brain. I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was tired, that I'd been working too hard lately, that stress was making me see things. But deep down, I knew better. Something genuinely unexplainable had just happened. Tyler and I didn't talk much about it for the rest of the afternoon. I think we were both trying to process it in our own ways. I kept finding reasons to glance at that spot on the floor, half expecting to see the spill reappear again. Tyler finished his homework quickly and went to play video games in his room, something he usually has to be reminded to do after finishing homework, not before. That night, after Tyler went to bed, I sat at the kitchen table with a glass of wine, staring at that spot on the floor. I kept trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe I'd only thought I'd cleaned it completely. Maybe I'd zoned out for a moment and forgotten that I hadn't finished. But none of those explanations fit what I'd experienced. And they definitely didn't explain what Tyler had felt, that frozen sensation. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that spill reappearing. But it wasn't just the visual memory that kept me awake. It was this feeling I couldn't shake. A feeling that for a brief moment I had left reality, that I had stepped outside of normal time and space, and then stepped back in at a point slightly earlier than when I'd left. It's hard to put into words, but it felt like I had experienced more time than had actually passed, like I had been somewhere else, done something else, and then been dropped back into my kitchen a few seconds before I left. The reappearing spill was the evidence of this temporal overlap. I had cleaned it in one timeline and then been put back into a timeline where I hadn't yet finished cleaning it. The next morning, I was exhausted. Tyler seemed fine at breakfast, but he kept giving me these looks when he thought I wasn't paying attention. On the drive to school, he finally brought it up again. Mom, what happened yesterday with the milk? I gripped the steering wheel tighter. I don't know, honey. Do you think it was like a glitch? Like in my video games sometimes? The comparison actually made sense in a weird way. Maybe, I said, but glitches happen in computers, not in real life. What if we're in a computer? He asked, with that innocent but profound curiosity that kids sometimes have. I forced a laugh. I don't think we're in a computer, Ty. Then what was it? I remember stopping at a red light and looking over at him. His blue eyes were wide and serious. I couldn't lie to him or brush it off. I honestly don't know, but I don't think it was the spill that glitched, Tyler. I think it was me. The light turned green, and I drove on. In the corner of my eye, I could see Tyler processing this. "Like you teleported?" he asked finally. "Not exactly. More like, I went somewhere else for a moment, and then came back to a point before I left." Tyler was quiet for so long that I thought he was scared by what I'd said. But then he spoke up again as we pulled into the school drop-off lane. "When you came back, that's when I unfroze," he said with absolute certainty. "I felt it. I couldn't respond. My throat had closed up with fear, because that's exactly what I'd been thinking all night, that somehow Tyler had frozen in time while I had, what, gone somewhere else? Experienced something outside of normal reality? After dropping Tyler off, I called in sick to work. I couldn't focus on design projects with this hanging over me. Instead, I started researching similar experiences online. I found stories about glitches in the matrix, time slips, and quantum jumping. Some sounded similar to what we'd experienced, but none were exactly the same. The more I read, the more convinced I became that what had happened wasn't about objects glitching. It was about people, about consciousness somehow shifting out of sync with the physical world, then returning slightly misaligned with when it left. What scared me most was the thought that maybe I'd been gone for much longer than I perceived. What if, in whatever state or place I'd been, time moved differently? What if I'd experienced things I couldn't remember? The gaps in my memory frightened me more than what I could remember. It's been 3 weeks now, and nothing like that has happened again. But I can't stop thinking about it. I find myself hesitating sometimes when doing simple tasks, half expecting reality to shift around me again. Tyler seems to have moved on better than I have. Kids are resilient that way. But sometimes I catch him staring at that spot on the kitchen floor. I've started keeping a journal, writing down every detail of my day, sometimes checking the time obsessively. It's like I'm afraid of losing time again, of stepping out of reality without knowing it. The incident itself only lasted seconds, but it's changed how I view everything. When you've seen reality break down, even for just a moment, you can never fully trust it again. Every time I clean something now, I find myself double-checking, triple-checking that it's actually clean. I've caught myself staring at spots on counters, at dust on shelves, waiting to see if they'll reappear after I've wiped them away. I don't know what happened to us that day. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination, though that doesn't really make sense either. Maybe it was a momentary crack in reality. Maybe it was something to do with parallel universes or quantum mechanics or something else I don't understand. All I know is that it happened. I cleaned a spill, saw it was gone, and then watched it reappear as if I'd never cleaned it. My son felt frozen in time while I experienced something outside of normal reality. And now I can't help but wonder, how many other times might this have happened to me, to all of us, without us ever noticing? I feel like I've seen behind a curtain I wasn't supposed to see behind, like I've glimpsed something about the nature of reality that most people never do, and I can't unsee it. The strangest part? Sometimes I get this feeling that maybe I'm still out there somewhere, that the me writing this now is just a copy who came back, while another version of my consciousness is still experiencing whatever lies beyond the boundaries of our normal perception of time and space. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced, and I know that for a brief moment on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon, the rules of reality bent around me in a way I still can't explain. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last summer. I've spent countless nights trying to make sense of it, searching online for similar experiences or any scientific explanation that might help me understand. But there's nothing. I'm hoping by sharing this here, maybe someone has gone through something similar or has any idea what the hell this could have been. It was the first week of July, and Meadowbrook was in the middle of a heat wave. Our town isn't exactly exciting for teenagers, just your typical suburban neighborhood with cookie-cutter houses and perfectly trimmed lawns. So my friends and I were doing what we always did on summer evenings, hanging out in Tyler's basement where his parents had set up this sweet entertainment area with a huge TV, some old couches, and a mini fridge that was always stocked with sodas. That night, there were 5 of us: me, Connor, Tyler, Jake, Mia, and Drew. We'd been friends since middle school, and Tyler's basement had become our unofficial headquarters. His parents were cool and mostly left us alone as long as we didn't make too much noise. It was around 8 p.m., and we were sprawled across the couches watching some stupid reality show that Mia had picked. I remember it was hot, even in the basement, so I was wearing basketball shorts and a tank top that I'd pushed up a bit because the couch's leather was making my back sweat. I was half paying attention to the show, scrolling through my phone, when I noticed Jake staring at me with this weird expression. "Dude, what the hell is that on your stomach?" he asked, pointing at me. I thought he was joking at first. Jake was always trying to pull pranks on us. "What are you talking about?" I laughed, not even bothering to look down. "No, seriously, Connor, what is that?" Mia chimed in, her voice sounding genuinely confused. "Did you get a tattoo or something?" That's when I finally looked down at my exposed stomach, and my heart practically stopped. There, across my abdomen, was what looked like a perfectly formatted paragraph of text in black font. It wasn't just a few words. It was an entire paragraph, maybe 150 to 200 words, covering the area from just below my chest to above my navel. I jumped up, my phone clattering to the floor. "What the fuck?" I shouted, staring down at my own skin. The text looked like it had been professionally tattooed. The letters were crisp, evenly spaced, and perfectly aligned, like a page from a book had somehow been transferred onto my skin. "Is this some kind of joke?" I demanded, looking around at my friends. "Did one of you do this while I was asleep or something?" But I knew that wasn't possible. I hadn't been asleep, and none of them had been near me. Drew moved closer, squinting at my stomach. "I can't even read it. It's like it's backward or something." Tyler was just standing there with his mouth open. "Dude, I swear to God we didn't do anything. How would we even do that?" My hands were shaking as I tried to rub at the text, thinking maybe someone had used a marker on me when I wasn't paying attention. But nothing happened. The text didn't smudge or fade. It remained perfectly intact on my skin. "Guys, this isn't funny," I said, my voice cracking a little. I could feel panic rising in my chest. I'd never gotten a tattoo in my life, and there was no way I wouldn't remember someone putting this much text on my body. It wasn't possible. Mia pulled out her phone and took a picture, then showed it to me. There it was, a clear image of my stomach covered in this mysterious black text. The writing was indeed backward, as if it had been meant to be read in a mirror. "We need to go to the bathroom," Drew suggested. "If it's backward, maybe we can read it in the mirror." Tyler's basement bathroom was small, with just a sink and toilet, but it had a decent-sized mirror above the sink. We all crowded in, all 5 of us crammed into this tiny space, and I lifted my shirt up to expose the text in the mirror. What happened next still gives me chills. As we watched in the mirror, the text began to erase itself. It's hard to describe exactly what it looked like. Imagine if someone had filmed themselves writing something and then played that footage backward. That's what was happening on my skin. The letters were disappearing one by one, not fading, but actively being unwritten right before our eyes. "Are you seeing this?" I whispered, unable to take my eyes off the mirror. "Holy shit," Jake muttered. Tyler had backed up against the wall, and Mia was recording with her phone, her hand visibly shaking. We tried to read what was there before it disappeared, but it was happening too quickly. I caught glimpses of words, warning, and beneath, and something that might have been return, but I couldn't be sure. The text was vanishing faster than we could decipher it. Within maybe 30 seconds, it was completely gone. My stomach looked normal again. No text, no marks, not even a hint of irritation on the skin. It was as if nothing had ever been there. We stood in stunned silence for what felt like a full minute. "Check your phone," I finally said to Mia. "Did you get it?" Mia looked down at her phone and her face fell. "It's not there," she said, showing me the screen. The video she'd taken showed my stomach, but there was no text visible at all. She scrolled back to the photo she'd taken earlier, but that was gone too. Not deleted, the files were still there, but they showed nothing unusual on my skin. We went back to the main room and checked our phones, social media, everything, thinking maybe this was some elaborate prank involving projection or something, but there was nothing. No explanation, no evidence, just the five of us insisting to each other that we'd all seen the same impossible thing. After that night, we researched everything we could think of: skin conditions, rare allergic reactions, even psychological phenomena where groups of people can supposedly share hallucinations. Nothing came close to explaining what had happened. The weeks that followed were hard. I couldn't sleep well, constantly checking my skin for any sign of the text returning. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I could feel something writing on my stomach. I'd run to the bathroom, flip on the lights, and check the mirror. But there was never anything there. My friends and I talked about it less and less as time went on. I think it scared us too much. Jake tried to joke about it once, asking if I'd received any more text messages on my body, but nobody laughed. There was something deeply unsettling about the whole experience that made it difficult to even discuss. I went to a dermatologist claiming I was concerned about an unusual rash I'd had. He examined my skin thoroughly and found nothing abnormal. I even went to another doctor for a full physical, hoping they might find something, anything, that could explain what had happened. Both doctors said I was perfectly healthy. The hardest part is knowing that something impossible happened to me, but having no proof. Sometimes I wonder if we all somehow hallucinated the whole thing, but how could 5 people share the exact same hallucination? And why would we all see the same bizarre scenario? It's been almost a year now, and I still don't have answers. I've developed this habit of checking my stomach multiple times a day, expecting to find more text. Sometimes I find myself tracing my fingers over the area where the paragraph was, trying to remember any of the words I saw. What was the message? Who or what was trying to communicate? And why me? The most disturbing theory I've come up with is that maybe it wasn't meant for me to read at all. If the text was backward, maybe it was meant to be read from inside my body, looking out. That thought keeps me up at night. I've started wearing dark shirts when I sleep now, afraid that if it happens again, I might not want to see it. Part of me is desperate for it to return so I can try to read the message properly, to know what it said. But another part of me is terrified of what that message might be. My friends and I don't hang out as much anymore. We still see each other, but things are different. There's this unspoken thing between us now, this experience that we can't explain and can't forget. Sometimes I catch them looking at my stomach when they think I won't notice. I've searched online for similar experiences, but found nothing even remotely close. I've read about strange skin conditions, about people who have words or patterns appear on their skin due to dermatographia or other conditions, but nothing that involves complete paragraphs appearing and then erasing themselves in reverse. Last week, I was alone in my room when I felt a slight tingling on my forearm. I nearly had a panic attack looking down, convinced the text was returning. It was just a mosquito bite, but for those few seconds, I was transported back to that moment in Tyler's basement, feeling that same overwhelming sense of violation and fear. Because that's what it felt like, a violation. Something used my body as a canvas without my permission. Something wrote on me, inside me, through me, and I don't know what it was or why it chose me. Sometimes I wonder if it was a message from another dimension or reality, something bleeding through where it shouldn't. Other times I think maybe it was a warning that I failed to read in time. I've tried everything to make sense of it. Looking into quantum physics theories, reading about parallel universes, even exploring spiritual explanations about messages from beyond. Nothing feels right. Nothing explains what happened. The worst part is the not knowing. If I could just understand what was written, maybe I could make peace with this. But all I have are fragments, incomplete words from a message that disappeared before I could comprehend it. I keep thinking about one specific moment when the text was about halfway through erasing itself in the mirror. There was this brief instant where I caught a few words in sequence. It might have been return to the place beneath, or warning of return, or something similar. I can't be sure, and each of my friends remembers seeing different fragments. Yesterday, I was at the library looking through some old books on local history, thinking maybe there was something about Meadowbrook that could explain this. As I was flipping through a book about the town's founding, I noticed my hands were shaking. I realized I'm still not over this, not even close. I'm writing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something like this. I need to know I'm not going crazy. I need answers. And maybe, if I put this out there, whoever or whatever sent that message will know that I'm trying to understand, that I'm ready to read it properly if it ever appears again. For now, I'm left with nothing but questions and the lingering fear that my body could become someone else's notepad again at any moment. I check my skin compulsively now, always expecting to find words written across it. And each night before I fall asleep, I can't help but wonder, what was the message, and was it trying to help me or harm me? I just want to understand what happened that day in Tyler's basement. I want to know why me, why then, and most importantly, what did it say? I still don't know how to explain what happened to me at the Oak Ridge Summer Fair last July. I've typed this out and deleted it at least a dozen times. I know how it's going to sound. Trust me, if someone told me this story, I'd think they were making it up or maybe had some kind of episode. But I know what I experienced, and I haven't been able to shake it since. It was the third weekend of July, blazing hot, like 95 degrees hot, and my boyfriend Jake had his daughters for the weekend. Lily is 7 and Emma is 5. We'd been dating for about 8 months, and I was still navigating the whole girlfriend who's not their mom territory. That Saturday, Jake had promised the girls we'd take them to the annual summer fair. It's this big event our town puts on every year with rides, games, those impossible carnival booths, and way too much fried food. Jake woke up that morning with a migraine that wouldn't quit. He tried to power through it, but by 11 a.m. he was in too much pain to function. The girls were already in their matching sundresses, practically vibrating with excitement about the fair. Jake looked at me with those pleading eyes and asked if I'd be okay taking them by myself. I said yes before really thinking it through. I wanted to score points with the girls, and honestly, I wanted to show Jake I could handle it. So by noon, I had the girls loaded into my Civic, both in the back seat with their little backpacks full of sunscreen, water bottles, and the emergency contact info Jake insisted on. I remember checking my rearview mirror and seeing them kicking their feet, singing some song from a cartoon I didn't recognize. The fairgrounds weren't far, maybe a 15-minute drive. The parking lot was already packed, so we had to park in the overflow area about a quarter-mile from the entrance. I remember holding both their hands as we walked along the dusty shoulder of the road. Emma on my left, Lily on my right. Emma kept picking up rocks and trying to put them in her pocket, which meant she'd stop suddenly every few feet. "Emma, honey, we need to keep walking," I kept saying. "There'll be plenty of rocks at the fair." Looking back, those mundane moments feel precious now. Just a normal afternoon with two kids, doing normal things. The fair was in full swing when we arrived. The entrance was this big, inflatable arch with Oak Ridge Summer Spectacular, written in blue and yellow balloon letters. I paid the admission, $25 for the three of us, and got our hands stamped with this smiley face that glowed under UV light. The girls were immediately overwhelmed by the sensory overload, the whirring of the rides, screams from the tilt-a-whirl, that distinct carnival smell of funnel cake, popcorn, and hot asphalt. "Can we go on the Ferris wheel?" Lily asked, pointing to the massive wheel that dominated the skyline of the fair. "Maybe in a little bit," I said. "Let's walk around first and see what else is here." It was crowded, like really crowded. The kind of crowd where you have to constantly keep track of who's around you, where you're constantly bumping shoulders with strangers. I had the girls' hands in a death grip. The last thing I needed was to lose one of them in this sea of people on my first solo outing. We spent about an hour playing some of the games. Lily won a small stuffed unicorn at the ring toss, which I'm pretty sure the guy running the booth let her win. Emma tried the duck pond and got a plastic bracelet that started falling apart almost immediately. They were having fun, though, and I was feeling pretty good about myself. Mom-adjacent achievement unlocked. It was around 2 p.m. when we decided to get something to eat. The food area was on the opposite side of the fairground from where we were, so we had to cut through the middle of the fair, which was the most densely packed area. I remember checking my phone to text Jake that everything was fine, then putting it back in my purse. "Okay, girls, we need to stay super close together while we walk through here," I said, taking their hands again. "It's really crowded." We started making our way through the throng of people. There was a band playing somewhere, and their music was mixing with the mechanical sounds of the rides and the constant chatter of the crowd. Emma was complaining that her feet hurt, and Lily was trying to pull me toward a balloon artist. I just wanted to get to the food area without losing either of them. And then it happened. We were right in the middle of the fairground, in this bottleneck area between the main stage and a row of game booths. People were pushing past us in both directions. I remember feeling annoyed at how tightly packed everyone was, and then suddenly, everything changed. The change wasn't gradual. 1 second everything was normal, and the next it just wasn't. The first thing I noticed was the sound. It didn't fade out, it just stopped, like someone had hit mute on the entire fair. The band, the rides, the people talking, all of it gone. The only thing I could hear was my own heartbeat, which seemed to be getting louder by the second. Then I realized everything had slowed down. People were still moving, but it was like they were walking through syrup. A kid who had been running past us was now floating through the air in slow motion, his foot suspended mid-stride. I froze. I remember thinking I was having a stroke or something, that this was what it felt like when your brain starts to malfunction. I squeezed the girl's hands, but when I looked down at them, they were moving in slow motion too. Lily was in mid-step, her little unicorn dangling from her wrist as if gravity had partially given up. Emma's mouth was open in what looked like the beginning of a complaint, but no sound was coming out. Then I noticed the staring. It started with the people directly in front of us, a middle-aged couple who had been walking toward the Ferris wheel. In the strange suspended moment, they both turned their heads toward me in perfect unison. Their expressions, I still get chills thinking about them. It wasn't curiosity or surprise. It was horror, like they'd just witnessed something terrible. But mixed with this, recognition. Like they knew me, like they'd been caught doing something they shouldn't. And then it spread. Person by person, like a wave rippling outward, every single person in my field of vision turned to look at me. All of them wore the same expression, that mixture of horror and recognition. Teenagers on dates, parents with strollers, the guys selling cotton candy, the security guard by the stage, all of them turning and staring directly at me, not at the girls, at me. The weight of all those eyes felt physical, like I was being crushed. And there was something behind those stares that I couldn't identify at first. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was, and when I did, my blood went cold. They were looking at me like I had caught them in a lie, like they had all been playing a part, and I had somehow seen through it. It reminded me of this time in college when I walked into a surprise party being set up for me. That split second when everyone realizes the guest of honor has arrived too early, and there's this collective "oh shit" moment. But this was darker, like I had stumbled upon something I wasn't supposed to see, something fundamental. I remember thinking, irrationally, they're not real people. The thought popped into my head fully formed, and once it was there, I couldn't shake it. They looked like people. They were dressed like people at a fair on a hot summer day. But in that frozen moment, with all of them staring at me, they seemed like something else wearing human costumes, like they'd all been carrying on this elaborate charade, and for a brief moment, they'd all broken character at once. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't move. I was as frozen as everything around me. The only thing that felt real was my heartbeat, pounding in my ears like a drum. And then a whisper. I couldn't tell where it came from. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Just one word, repeated over and over. Aware, 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 aware. I felt a pressure building in my head, like my skull was too small for my brain. The staring faces started to blur together, but their eyes remained sharp and focused. On me, always on me. I don't know how long it lasted. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time had lost all meaning, but just as suddenly as it began, it ended. Sound crashed back into the world like a physical wave. The band, the rides, the chatter, all of it returned at full volume. The people who had been frozen in place continued on their paths as if nothing had happened. The kid who had been suspended in mid-run completed his stride and disappeared into the crowd. I gasped for air, not realizing I'd been holding my breath. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst out of my chest. I looked down at the girls, expecting to see them frightened or confused, but they were just normal. Lily was adjusting the unicorn on her wrist, and Emma was tugging on my hand, saying, "I'm hungry, Lisa. Can we get corn dogs?" They hadn't noticed anything. To them, not even a second had passed. I looked around frantically at the people near us. The middle-aged couple was now several yards away, pointing at something on the stage. The cotton candy vendor was handing change to a customer. The security guard was checking someone's bag. Everyone was going about their business as if nothing had happened. But I knew something had happened. "Lisa, are you okay?" Lily was looking up at me with concern in her eyes. "Your hand is all sweaty." I forced a smile. "I'm fine, sweetie, just a little hot. Let's go get those corn dogs." We made our way to the food area, but I felt like I was moving through a dream. I kept looking at the faces we passed, searching for any sign of recognition, any hint that they remembered staring at me with those horrified expressions. But there was nothing, just normal people enjoying a summer fair. We got food, and I watched the girls eat their corn dogs and share a lemonade. I couldn't eat. My stomach was in knots. I kept replaying those moments in my head, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it some kind of hallucination? A panic attack? I'd never experienced anything like that before. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I went through the motions, taking the girls on the kiddie rides, letting them play more games, even forcing myself to eat a funnel cake when they insisted on sharing one with me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed, that I had glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see. Every once in a while I'd catch someone looking at me, and my heart would skip a beat. But it was never the same look from before, just normal glances that happen in a crowd. By 5 p.m. the girls were tired, and I was mentally exhausted. I texted Jake that we were heading home, and he replied that his migraine was better and he'd make dinner for when we got back. The walk to the car felt like it took forever. I kept expecting something to happen again, for time to stop, for the staring to begin. But it didn't. On the drive home, with the girls half asleep in the back seat, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was the heat. Maybe it was anxiety about taking care of Jake's kids on my own. Maybe I'd been dehydrated or something. But deep down, I knew it was real as the steering wheel under my hands or the road stretching out in front of me. For a brief moment, something had changed, or maybe something had been revealed. When we got back to Jake's house, he was in the kitchen making mac and cheese, the girls' favorite. He asked how the fair was, and I said it was fine. I didn't tell him what had happened. How could I? It sounded crazy even to me. That night, after the girls were in bed and Jake and I were watching TV, he asked if I was okay, said I seemed off. I blamed it on the heat and the stress of watching the girls all day. He thanked me for taking them and said they'd had a great time. That should have made me feel good, but all I could think about was that moment when everyone turned to stare. It's been 3 months now. I haven't told anyone about what happened, not Jake, not my friends, not my therapist. I've searched online for similar experiences, but nothing quite matches what I felt that day. Sometimes I wonder if it was just a random glitch in my brain, some weird neurological hiccup that made me perceive things that weren't happening. But then I remember the intensity of those stares, the unified horror on all those faces, and that whispered word, aware. I still go out in public. I still interact with people. But something has changed in how I see the world. Sometimes, when I'm in a crowd, I get this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like I'm being watched. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch someone looking at me with an expression that's just a little too interested, a little too knowing, and I wonder, did I see something that day that I wasn't supposed to see? Did I glimpse behind some curtain of reality, or was it all in my head? I don't think I'll ever know for sure, but I can tell you this. I haven't been to a fair since, and I don't think I ever will again. And whenever Jake talks about taking the girls somewhere crowded, I find an excuse not to go. Because the thought of being surrounded by all those people, all those eyes that might suddenly turn to me, I don't think I could handle seeing that again, whatever that was. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Maybe it'll help me make sense of things, or maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I've spent 3 months seeing therapists who either think I'm lying or suggest I have some rare form of dissociative disorder. But I know what happened to me. 4 months ago, my life completely fell apart. I was just a normal 17-year-old kid in London. Nothing special about me. Decent grades, a few good mates, played a bit of football on weekends. We lived in this old Victorian house in Westlake that my parents bought when I was 10. It creaked and the heating was rubbish, but it was home. That morning started like any other. Mom was making breakfast, Dad was reading the paper, complaining about politics as usual. I remember I was running late for school because I'd stayed up playing FIFA. I rushed down from my bedroom, taking the stairs 2 at a time like I always did. I remember reaching the middle of the staircase, my foot missing the next step. I started to fall forward. Then everything changed. I didn't hit the ground. Instead, I suddenly found myself sitting on a bar stool, my hand wrapped around a Coke. Music was blaring. Some American song I recognized. The air smelled like French fries and beer. People were laughing and talking in American accents all around me. At first I thought I was dreaming. I blinked hard, waiting to wake up at the bottom of my stairs with a bump on my head. But nothing changed. I was still there, in this restaurant. I looked down at myself. I was wearing clothes I didn't recognize. Jeans, some band t-shirt, and these bulky trainers I'd never seen before. A guy next to me slapped my shoulder. "You okay, Brian? You look like you've seen a ghost." I knew him somehow. His name was Mike. We were friends, best friends, actually, but I'd never met him before in my life. "Where am I?" I asked, my voice sounding strange to my ears. He laughed. "Dude, how many have you had?" "We're at Frankie's, same as every Friday." My head started pounding suddenly, the first of what would become an endless series of headaches. I pressed my fingers against my temples, trying to make sense of what was happening. "What city is this?" I asked. Mike's smile faded. "Westlake, Ohio." "Brian, seriously, are you all right?" Ohio. I'd never been to America in my life. Yet when I looked around, everything felt strangely familiar. I knew this place. I knew where the bathrooms were down the hallway to the left. I knew the bartender's name was Steve. I knew my house was a 15-minute drive from here. My house. Not my house in London, but a different house. A 2-story suburban home with blue siding and a basketball hoop in the driveway. "I think I need some air," I muttered, standing up. As I walked outside, my legs seemed to know where to go without me telling them. My hand reached into my pocket and pulled out a set of car keys. I stared at them, confused. I didn't drive. I was 17 and lived in London. I took the tube everywhere. But here, I had a car. A beat-up Honda Civic parked in the lot, and somehow I knew it was mine. I didn't drive it that night. Mike took me home, to a home I'd never seen before but somehow recognized instantly. A woman opened the door. My mom, but not my mom. She had the same face, same eyes, but her hair was different, her clothes were different. She spoke with an American accent. "Brian, you're home early. Everything okay?" I just nodded and mumbled something about not feeling well. I somehow found my way to my bedroom, a room I'd never seen before but knew exactly where everything was kept. Photos on the walls showed me at American football games, at a prom, at a lake with friends I'd never met. That night, I lay in that strange bed, staring at the ceiling, convinced I was having some kind of mental breakdown. I'd wake up soon, I told myself. This wasn't real, but I didn't wake up. Days passed, then weeks, then months. For 4 years, I lived that life. 4 years. I went to an American high school, then college. I had friends, girlfriends. I had a dog, a golden retriever named Max, who slept at the foot of my bed. I celebrated American holidays, learned to drive on the right side of the road, developed a slight American accent. I lived a completely different life as a completely different person. But the headaches never stopped. They would hit without warning, blinding pain that left me gasping. Sometimes they'd last minutes, sometimes hours. I saw doctors, had MRIs, tried medications. Nothing helped. Nothing showed up on any tests. Stress, they said. Migraines, they suggested. But I knew it was something else. Sometimes during these headaches I'd get flashes, memories of my life in London, my real friends, my real parents, my real home. Each time I'd question my sanity a little more. Was I crazy? Had I imagined my entire life in England? But how could I know details about London, about my school there, about things a kid from Ohio would never know? As the years passed, the headaches got worse, more frequent, more intense. I started having dreams about the staircase, falling, always falling, but never landing. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. Then I developed this weird obsession with Frankie's, the bar where I'd first arrived in this reality. I found myself driving there at odd hours, sitting in the parking lot, staring at the entrance. Something about that place felt important, like it was connected to whatever had happened to me. 4 years after that first day, the headaches became unbearable. I was 21 now, a junior in college, but I could barely function. That night, I drove to Frankie's again, drawn there by something I couldn't explain. I sat at the same bar stool, ordered the same Coke. My head was pounding so badly I could barely see straight. The music and voices around me seemed to warp and distort. I kept thinking about the staircase, about falling. I don't remember how it started. The fight. Someone bumped into someone else. Voices raised. Next thing I knew, people were shoving each other. I stood up, trying to get away, but got caught in the middle. Then I saw it coming, a wooden chair, swinging through the air toward my head. It connected with a crack. I felt a sharp pain. Then I was lying at the bottom of the staircase in my London home. My mother was kneeling over me, her face pale with worry. "Brian, can you hear me? Phil, he's waking up." My dad appeared behind her, already on the phone with emergency services. "He fell down the entire flight," my mother was saying, her voice shaking. "He was unconscious for a few minutes." A few minutes, not 4 years. A few minutes. The paramedics came. They checked me over, found a nasty bump on my head and signs of a concussion. They took me to hospital for observation. The doctors confirmed a mild traumatic brain injury from the fall. They kept me overnight, ran tests, asked me questions. I didn't tell them about Ohio, about the 4 years I'd lived there, about Mike or my dog Max or college or any of it. I knew how it would sound, but it had happened. I had lived those 4 years, I remembered everything. Birthdays, Christmas mornings, first kisses, exam results, road trips. I remembered the smell of Max when he'd come in from the rain. I remembered the way my American mom made pancakes on Sunday mornings. I remembered the poster of LeBron James that hung in my bedroom. When I got home, I searched online for the people I'd known. Mike Thompson from Westlake, Ohio. Nothing. Jenny Perkins, my girlfriend of 6 months. Nothing. I searched for Frankie's Bar and Grill in Westlake. It didn't exist. The few people I've told think I experienced some form of hallucination during the concussion, that my brain constructed an elaborate fantasy during those few minutes of unconsciousness. But how could my brain create 4 years of detailed memories in just minutes? How could I remember the smell of places I've never been, the taste of foods I've never eaten, the feel of a dog I've never owned? It's been 3 months now since I returned, and I still don't know what happened to me. Was it all a dream, a hallucination, or did I somehow slip into another reality, another timeline, only to be knocked back into this one? The worst part is not knowing if it could happen again. Every time I feel dizzy or get a headache, I panic. Will I suddenly wake up somewhere else? Will I lose years of my life again? Which life is real and which is the dream? I've started sleeping on the couch downstairs. I can't face those stairs anymore. Sometimes I catch myself looking for Max or reaching for my phone to text Mike. Sometimes I wake up confused, forgetting which reality I'm in. Last week I was in town and passed a guy who looked exactly like Steve, the bartender from Frankie's. My heart nearly stopped. I followed him for 3 blocks before working up the courage to tap him on the shoulder. When he turned around, I could see it wasn't him. Of course it wasn't. Steve doesn't exist here. None of them exist. 4 years of my life, gone. People I loved, places I knew, all wiped away like they never happened. But they did happen. To me, they were real. Yesterday, I got my A-level results. My friends were all talking about university plans, excited about the future. All I could think was that I'd already been to university for 2 years in Ohio. I'd already taken these classes, lived in a dorm, made these mistakes. But here, in this reality, none of that happened. I'm seeing a new therapist tomorrow. Maybe this one will believe me, or maybe they'll just prescribe more medication. It doesn't really matter. I know what happened to me, even if I can't explain it. Sometimes I wonder about that other Brian, the one in Ohio. Did he disappear when I left? Is he still there, living my life? Or was he never real to begin with? I don't have answers. All I know is that I lived 2 lives in 2 different countries, as 2 slightly different versions of myself. And I'm terrified it could happen again at any moment. If anyone out there has experienced anything similar, please reach out. You might be the only people who wouldn't think I'm crazy. For now, I'm just trying to live one day at a time in this reality, the one I was born into. But part of me is still in that other world. Part of me still misses my dog, my friends, my other family, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wishing I could go back just for a day, just to say goodbye. I'll never know if what happened to me was real in any conventional sense, but those 4 years shaped me as much as the 17 years I'd lived before them. They are part of me, whether anyone believes me or not. And every time I get a headache now, I can't help but wonder, am I about to fall down another rabbit hole? Will I wake up somewhere else, another life, another me? I don't think I could survive losing everything a second time.